like I love Tarantino's dialogue because he never, like, most of the time it's like those words are replaced with like motherfucker, fuck, god damn it, you know, something like that. Like some sort of like the way that I use poetry, he uses curses. Characters that are at odds with each other on a small scale, that when there are no other problems, that's their only problem, but as soon as another problem comes into effect, their little squabble instantly disappears. Thanks for sticking around. You are the best. Never forget that. Never change who you are. Just change what you do and how you present yourself. But to your core, stay true, my friends. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Because he just drank too much alcohol and nobody, like, really noticed, like, him acting different. But, you know, he was, like, a big part of the community of the school, and, yeah, he fucking died. But it had nothing to do, it literally had to do with being inclusive, because he wouldn't have been able to drink that much or get, you know, in those situations if he wasn't, like, a popular part of, you know, the school. Which is kind of sad, but does he seem a bit out of it? No, he's just like that, exactly. And we had, like a lot of people in our school were, like, you know, special needs kids, but they were all, like, completely integrated into the school, and, like, you know, except for one kid named Billy.
Time.
Best Borg
but
ever.
The fact that Snow always plays a simple game.
I want a Star Trek series where the captain isn't human.
Probably
well,
more people in PvP than anybody else.
He's fucking
you know, that's kind of funny,
amazing.
like, for a long time, his PvZ lagged way behind. He actually had a stretch of like 12 years where he never won a professional PvZ.
Yeah, I mean,
do not
Rain,
drink water.
You're right. He
do
had
not
the
leave your
Nexus up.
seat.
He had the
do not
extra
move
minerals.
your feet. Do not stretch.
Snow is
do
going
not
try
go
to go
to the
for some
bathroom.
counterplay.
Have another toke.
Now Snow could.
He actually pulled his Reaver back perfectly. The Reaver
Winning,
lived with like a few health points
bitches.
left. When the Scarabs are coming after it, because, you know, if you're running away as a Scarab hits you, you take less damage. So, like, he pulled that off perfectly.
Reality is that Snow's rush has failed. Now, whenever a part of the game fails, there is a correct decision from that point, even if it's very unlikely to win. There's sort of, you know, StarCraft's not exactly
true,
clean like chess, where it's like, oh, if we could see all the moves, we'd sort of handle it, because
who I think is going to win.
I'm
really unsure as to what's going on, Tasus. I'm just a very confused little Terran guy here.
So, I mean, he is going to kill the pylon at the
one
ramp.
less month followed.
Sorry, the center of the map, which means no
Sean's
defense.
here every day,
so
man.
Snow really needs to
remember that? It's all about you. You are the reason. You are everything. Never forget that. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
Overseas, or you're somewhere
I
else.
wrote 1,000 words today. Hell yeah, Callie. That's amazing.
It will sell out, and
fuck
you will
yeah.
not be able to get into the studio.
Love to see it. Love to hear it.
138 seats that we have here in the studio, and for the semifinals and finals, that will always sell.
My wife was PSO and has been the Dobby Bobby feminization character.
We're going to go through the round of 12 classic GSL groups of 4
Not sure what
players,
PSO
Group A and
is.
Group B, and then we're going to continue on. You can do so at Patreon/GSL. So
oh, that's funny.
Perks you get on screen. For me, of
that's
course, that
great. I fucking
GSL
love
Replay
that.
package.
In their first draft, and I'm just learning to write shitty stories in their first draft, and then learning to, like, edit them. And today is the first edit of Cryogen, which is the story we finished yesterday, which is 10,000 words. Sleeve! You can talk to us again next time. It's very true, Callie Bear. I stream every single day, and I have yet to miss a day. So, I'll always be here. And yeah, you can go take a nap and you can come back, and I bet I'll still be streaming in 2.5 hours.
Great shall be their reward in paradise.
Praise be thee.
Paradise awaits me.
Damn. Oh. Why am I getting so fucked when I fucked them up last time? Wait for them to disperse, and you just gotta fight the main last and Haro. Did I do it? Ha! Yeah, that's right, bitch. Hero, his lightning was demolishing you. Still fucking 1 HP. Fuck. I'm retarded, but that's alright. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And it doesn't, like, break and crumble under, like, the weather, and it's malleable enough to be able to move with the earth so it doesn't crack for, like, earthquakes and stuff. Like, a synopsis. So we've got all the short stories with, like, an image and a synopsis. But apparently, it doesn't go hard enough. So we're trying, like, different formats. So it thinks this format is good. But I mean, like, I posted it an hour ago. We got 20 views already. Russian fairy tales.
Fairy tales, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll make it more random so I can complain less when I lose.
This is a +1 counter. It's not a +1. Because a counter is it's a game object.
Happened like 3 times already, where I don't understand the concept of what a counter is. So I'm trying to rewrite in my brain. Counter does not mean card on top of card. Counter means number of things. I don't understand. No, see, this is too complicated. This is retarded. No, this isn't. This is. I don't even know the I hate the camera controls for this. Cute Muffin, welcome back. Oh shit. It's gone! My piece is gone! No! Simple and straightforward. Yo, 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 how's it going? Guys, welcome. It took a little bit longer. I was not ready today, guys. This is fucking just out of nowhere. Couldn't keep up with it, but that's how she goes sometimes. Scattering for everything to get ready. Finally managed to get one thing done, and then forget that I'm retarded and I didn't do the main thing I needed to do. But yeah, so, are you streaming book, or do you just want to type everything out? Because I don't have the... Not streaming? Okay, yeah. Like, are we continuing the other story, or do you want me to help you co-write the story that you're writing, the one with Hua-Er? Because, like, last minute I was like, wait, does she want to do Hua-Er, or does she want to do the other one? It doesn't matter to me. Could use your help with Hua-Er. I'm totally down for that. Like, what I would love as an ultimate goal, like, I love writing and everything, right? But, like, I think my strongest point by fucking miles is my creativity and my, like, idea crafting and stuff like that. So I would be, like, I think it would be cooler to be a co-author in the aspect of the brainstorming and creating of the ideas as opposed to the writing. Because writing and editing and shit takes forever, right? But coming up with ideas, I can just fucking throw that shit out. My biggest problem that I'm working on right now is the idea of, like, a complete story. and like building complete stories within complete stories within complete stories, if you know what I mean. I do need help with ideas for the middle and end. Yeah, and I don't know quite, like, I don't know basically anything about the plot. Like, I know, like, this isn't the one that has to do with, like, the being, like, gods inhabiting people, right? That's a different one. This one's just about, like, Hua-Er's struggle in life, going from, like, a princess to being, like, basically, yeah, that's different. Okay. So, like, this is where my thought process kind of goes with it. Is it kind of goes in the direction of, okay, we've got revenge as a possible thing. We've got just escape and forget. And just, like, pretend none of this ever happened. So the main thought I had when creating the story was to show Qing Dynasty culture and to make it like one of the dramas I love. One of the Korean dramas? Perfect. Okay. Now, is this like a does it have an element of like forbidden love where like some, like, you know, the idea like Hua-Er is being bought, right? But maybe like I've really put in this dynamic with this where it's like, specifically with the one scene that I read where Hua-Er is being sold, and it's like that one guy is like, oh, I'll pay all of this amount of money, even though everyone else is like criticizing Hua-Er. So I don't know if that's supposed to be like, you know, some like someone who knows her from before that like has been like tracking her down and finally found her, and it's like a childhood love or something like that. Kind of. Okay, that's kind of what I was like what I was leaning towards. But I was thinking something along the lines of, "You're very close." Okay. Because there's always the dynamic of, let's say, the guy buys the chick, right, and then the guy is trying to like hide who he is. So the one who buys her is the guard of the crown prince, who is her childhood friend. And has he been the one who's, like, pushing for, like, the disappearance of Hua-Er, and how everyone at the palace says that Hua-Er is dead? And he's like, nah, she's not dead, bro. She's out there somewhere. Fucking, you know, okay. Cool. He's been pushing to find her. Okay. No, with a lot, like, not getting anywhere in the courts. He, like, goes out of his way to try and hunt her down. He's the secondary love interest. Okay. Because I was thinking something along the lines of, you know, he buys... Because, like, this is the dynamic I was thinking that would be very interesting. Is he buys her, but he only wants her, like... How do you say this? Like, because she's, like... How do I say this? Not submissive, but, like she's basically become a peasant. And he's like, oh, well, now that, you know, she doesn't have the high life and stuff like that, maybe, you know, she'd actually be in a position to fall for me. But her biggest thing is, like... It's more guilt-based. He just feels guilty, but he is possessive of her. Okay, because I was thinking, some sort of thing where it's like, him buying her does not fix the problem. I think that's the best way to say it. But there's a specific aspect of her that he likes. And it's like, she's trying to run away from that aspect of herself and, like, kill that aspect of herself. She's his first love. Okay. And she does not have the same feelings, right? Even if she knew who he was. Okay. And there's another main love interest that comes in later. Does he bring her... So does he bring her back? Does he run away? Okay, and then does he run away from... like, Hua-Er's father? Like, does he run away from the Crown Prince? That's right, I'm here. Sinister! True, brother. And I have it all set up, Sinister. I am ready for your book signing on Saturday. So I was thinking, appreciate that from all of you. Well, that's what it's all about, Sinister. You gotta support people, right? It's like, yeah, and you can't be all talk about it. Like when I said I tune into your stream, but it's like, it's bad timing, right? If I'm at work, like, what would be nice, Sinister, if you were in the same time zone as me and you streamed at 5? Because most of my lunch breaks at work are between 5 and 6. But because you're an hour ahead, that means you'd start streaming as soon as my lunch break ends. And it's not like I really have a choice over when I take my lunch break. It's kind of, is the store busy? Do they need me? Do they have coverage? So, sometimes it's late, sometimes it's early. Yeah, I'm in Canada. I'm in Alberta, so... Mountain Standard Time, which is 1 hour ahead of Pacific Standard. In Canada, but Ontario. Yeah, book buyers in that that Eastern time slot. The Far East! So there's a 3-hour difference. Yeah. Makes things a little bit weird, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm streaming at 12:30 in the morning, so... I dated someone from there once. They had great weed. Hell yeah, buddy. Ooh, that's the good stuff. Ah! I lost a bud! No, we lost, tiniest bit. Didn't land on the keyboard, though. Rolled away! It tried to roll away! The little bud tried to roll away! Suck that weed up. Just like a cock! I mean, what? Don't abuse the weed. I don't know, man. I don't even smoke that much. Like, I used to smoke like an ounce every 2 days. Like, I'd be pounding hits every 7 to 8 fucking minutes, non-stop. That's by myself. No help. Just purely me. Half an ounce a fucking day. Plus tobacco. So, like... Also, like a 1/4 ounce of tobacco a day. Which is like 3 packs. It's a lot. 2-hour difference. Suck that weed up. Okay. Okay, so what was I gonna say about... another love interest? You know me, I like the bondage and stuff like that. So, you know, like, this got the hot and spicy, right? So, I get you, I smoke by myself as well because my kids are too pussy to smoke with me. My parents ruined my life on my 19th birthday when they said, hey, I was literally jumping on the trampoline on my 19th birthday party, and all my friends are smoking weed with my parents on the deck. I'm jumping on the trampoline, I come back upstairs, and I'm like, the fuck is that smell? And my parents hand me a joint, and they're like, live a fucking little. And ever since then, I've been smoking weed. Yup. My sister's been smoking since she was fucking 12. She stole my parents, she'd steal my parents' weed and smoke in the bathroom. I didn't even know what the hell weed was, bro. I didn't know nothing about like everyone around me smoked weed, but I was like, well, it's the same as cigarettes, right? I spent my whole life asking people, why the hell do you smoke cigarettes? And everyone's like, I don't know. I'm like, well, that's a fucking great answer. I'm definitely not smoking cigarettes. And then when I smoked my first bit of tobacco, I was like, oh, it gives you a head rush. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, I've been asking people for like 15 years, why you smoke tobacco? No one ever said, oh, because it gives you a head rush. My kids do it, but when I ask them about it, they lie and say they don't, even though I've told them I'd smoke with them anytime. They're just embarrassed. I don't want to smoke with my dad. That's lame, dude. Nah, I don't want to smoke with my dad. So maybe there's something about how Hua has been... Their friends gave them up. Dude, if we can get free weed from your dad, why the fuck are we not smoking with your dad? So people would tell me. Snitches. True. I've smoked with their friends. Hell yeah. So, because water's been, like, so, like, basically degraded and stuff like that, maybe there's a chance that, you know, she, it's like she doesn't like it, but it still gets her off. And then when she meets someone who actually treats her well, and treats her like she's actually...
Oh, there it goes. That's the face.
Actually sitting there, I had a more that she's sex phobic. But that's interesting. Just like it's one of the things where it's like it's a mentality thing, right? Because to him, he enjoys like you know, like bondage kind of things, like whipping her, you know, like it's not like hard brutal. It's like he tries to be like sensual about it. So there's like this kind of clash between, well, it's not that bad because it doesn't really hurt, and he really likes it, so maybe I'll just go along with it because like this is way better than how I've been treated before. But then the guy comes along who actually treats her like a fucking angel, like a fucking goddess, and then she has like the flashbacks to her being a kid and how people treated her and stuff, and then she like grows completely resentful towards the guy because of this, falls in love with the other guy because of the way that he treats her, and then it's like they have to run, and she's like continuously running away from things. Can see where you're going, but I'm going more for positiveness. Well, I'm just thinking about how does how does her main love interest, the guy that she actually falls in love with? Possessiveness, sorry. Possessiveness. See, that's the thing. I'm not sure there is a kind of romance. So she's broken. She's so broken that she might not be able to fall in love. Okay. Okay. So then it's like just this other guy treating her like an angel, trying to raise her up, but he never truly can. You know? It's like, to her, he's just her caretaker, but to him, she's everything he ever wanted. But it's like, again, there's like this clash and conflict with like the guy who was possessive of her had sex with her, right? But this guy respects her so much that he refuses to like even touch her without her consent. So it's kind of this almost lifeless, one-sided relationship where he's just always trying to press her into this, like, raise her up on a pedestal, but it's like trying to hold up a dead body. She'll never be able to stand up on her own. But he refuses to give up on her. And maybe, like, in the end, she winds up going back to the possessive guy. Because that's all she knows. That's true for the Crown Prince, but for her husband, he is a nympho and opioid addict. And her husband is the one who bought her, the guard of the Crown Prince, right? Hey, cute muffin. Okay, then who's her husband? Let's go into Discord. It's too slow here. How's it going, Muffin? How's your day? Did you stream today, good sir? Scoozy. I'm about to stream? Hell yeah, brother! If you're on long enough, I'll fucking raid you. That's what it's all about, brother.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Got a little bit of an echo there.
Yeah, I turned the stream off.
All right.
So the basic thing is there's 4 main characters.
I'm gonna write this shit down.
The main character is Hua and she has like 4 different names.
And that's the Anxion, right?
Yeah. And she also has the name Ronghua, which is Ronghua. That's like her formal name. And then she's also called Xiaohua, which is Xiao space Hua. And it all depends on who's talking to her. So like her nursemaid, who is Momo, and the Crown Prince call her Xiaohua because it was a nickname her mother came up for her. So it's like a very, very, very intimate way of calling her. It's like a cute nickname. Hua is more of what her family calls her. It'd be closer to like someone named Jeffrey being called Jeff. And then Ancient, which doesn't have an O by the way, is her monk name. And then Ronghua would be like what they would do if you're formally introducing yourself.
Like, I'm controller toilet paper mouse.
Yeah.
I was literally about to say my full name and I was like, fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
True, Smokey!
I'm just getting used to that emoji now.
Smokey's a dick.
Yeah.
What was that book? That is book, Smokey. It is a collab stream.
So that's like the main character who we mostly follow through the story. Think like Harry Potter in the Harry Potter series. And then
say my name, say my name.
Smokey.
We will never stop calling you Smokey. You can change your name to whatever you want, Smokey, but I will always know it's you.
And then the other 3 characters are the Crown Prince, whose name is Jinhai. That's spelled Jinhai. Nope, yeah. Jinhai. One word. and he only has one name. So
Other than being called the Crown Prince as a title.
Yeah. He will be called the Crown Prince in certain situations, but like that's not a name, that's a title.
Yeah, that's a title.
Yeah. And then we have Ewer, whose real name, let me go back into my notes. It'll take me a second, so. And then the other one's Mei-Lan, and that's spelled M-E-I space L-I-A-N.
That?
So those are the 4 main characters. But we do have some
I only have
very
3.
secondary characters.
Who's the 4th?
Oh.
Oh, we didn't get the name. It was,
Yeah,
how do you spell it? U?
Y-U-E-R.
Ewer.
But I'm getting the full names. Just give me a second. It's Wei Z U. Okay, I'll copy it into the chat. Hi, Muffin.
And that's his only name?
Yeah, so that's his name, but he's mostly called Ewer in the book. Again, that would be like if he's formally introduced.
Okay.
Yeah. So those are the like kind of main names. I do call Mei-Lan Lan-er sometimes, L-I-A-N, then apostrophe E-R. But I will call her Mei-Lan too, so it's kind of the 2 names. So those are the 4 main characters, and they're a mix of love interests and rivals.
Okay. And this was like her like caretaker? Mei-Lan?
No. Mei-Lan is Ewer's wife. And we're taking an ad break.
Okay.
So the way the dynamic works.
Perfect time for me to pop in! Beezus hits the fucking ads!
Poor Beezus. He can't even hear us right now. Oh yeah, did Amazon update?
Man watches the viewer list and just tosses them out when they show up. Yes, it did. It says I have two books sold. I'm officially sold. I've officially sold my books.
I'm so happy for you.
Thank you so much. I'm officially a published author, guys. I'm a published author! Holy shit!
And it's just the first 2 of many.
Indeed. Indeed.
I'll buy the other one too when it's not $99.
Yeah, that'd be a big mistake to make. That would be a refund right there. Yeah. Alright, welcome back, Beezus. How's it going? Sorry, I just had to fuck with you, bro. How's it been? How have you been? Where have you been, man? You missed an entire story. We wrote an entire story. We're moving up in the world, man. I don't want to leave you behind, bro. You gotta make sure that you keep up. How much have you written though, Beezus? I bet you're up to like 75k words, right? Been literally popping addies and writing for a week and a half. Have you watched the Rick and Morty episode yet, Beezus? Is that why you're popping addies? Don't forget to blink.
I still remember the episode with Stewie when he was on Adderall.
Never seen that one from Family Guy.
Oh, it's really good. Yeah.
Okay, so, and then...
So the way they interact is...
Just grind my teeth and
water
drool on
punches
myself.
back-
Never had a problem with blinking.
Uh-huh, okay. I grind my teeth and drool on myself without Adderall.
Same.
I can get the same without the drugs.
What's going on today? Is that Book? That is Book. We're doing a collab with Book, and we are doing some brainstorming of ideas for the middle to the end of the book. Because you're on, what, chapter 15 now?
Technically yes, but I kind of rewrote it again.
Of course. I mean, that's how it goes. 20th time's the charm.
I think this is literally like the 10th, if not 15th attempt.
Well, you learn something, you go back to the drawing board, you incorporate that thing, and you improve. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, after, this, my brain's going 5 different ways. So, what I'm trying to figure out is how much exposition to have at the beginning, so that it's exciting, but it's not overwhelming, and then also, like, people will want to read it.
Sounds fair. Because you do want to spend a little bit of time building a world that people will attach to in the first chapter, right? And I think you did a great job with that, with the couple of, like, just, like, setting up the castle and everything like that. And then when you started with her in the monastery, like, just the day-to-day life of setting, like, her day-to-day life is, like, such a brutal thing. And it's like, oh my god, it's so powerful to get you into the book.
Yeah, right now I'm debating between her starting in the caravan, because that's like motion,
Mm-hmm.
and then weaving in the monastery, and like having flashbacks to like when she was kidnapped, having flashbacks to like small scenes in the monastery rather than just starting with it.
Okay, I see.
But I'm not sure, like, I'm probably gonna rewrite it like 20 more times. But I'm getting there. I got a fissure of excitement for my own work.
Well, there you
I'm
go.
getting there.
Hell yeah.
So the way the dynamics work is Hua is like best friends to Jinhai.
Okay.
They've known each other since they were babies. And her mother is friends with his mother, who's the Empress. So, like, you know how, you know, women like to make their children friends when they're friends?
Yeah. Got my first
that's good.
comment on my book recently, and I was super hyped until they tried to sell me art! Oh, that's the worst! That's the worst! I had the same thing happen to me, Beezus. I had the same thing happen.
Yeah. Like a bot would be better, in fact. Like Stream Boo.
I wonder if I
I
can
always find
find
that
it.
hilarious.
No, not there.
Ah, yeah.
Where the hell is it?
But still, first comment! That's good! If the bots are finding you, other people will.
That's true.
People follow the bots, or the other way around sometimes. But most of the time, it's people follow the bots. That's why I'm sad on my stream sometimes. I'm like, I don't even get a fucking bot?
I mean,
Like
we had a graphic designer yesterday. Haven't had one of those in a while. I thought they were all on vacation, taking some AI practice.
Yep. I need another 6, and I would have 6.666k of points, but I have 6.6.
Nice. It's probably a bot because their account was gone the next day. Yup, sounds about right. You posting on AO3 or AO3? I actually got a AO3 now.
I do not know what AO3 is.
Archive of your own. I haven't posted anything on it, but I have one because you gotta apply to get one, and it takes like 2 weeks to get an account.
Oh, too much work.
That's what I said until I just did it, and now I have one. But I haven't used it.
Yeah. I like instant satisfaction, so it's not for me.
Yeah. It's just in beta, that's why. It's like the smut hub of the internet at this point. Then maybe, Beezus, this book will work because I published this one. We got it all managed and together.
Hasn't been approved yet on Amazon?
It is. It's live.
Oh, wow!
So we got bondage, water sports, and more. A collection of explicit encounters. So now we got 3 books.
Cents?
It's 99 cents.
Okay, you'll be getting your first book purchase of that sometime soon.
Hell yeah. I hope the police show up at your door. Wait, what?
All consenting people and not minors?
Yeah, it's if the site allows minors on, that's not my problem. If they allow, like, this is what I think about writing and, like, minors. And it's gonna sound really fucked up. But you can just imagine whatever the fuck you want when you're reading. I think that might be one of the reasons why smut is so popular. Other than just sex sells. But it's like a multiplying effect. Hey Dad, want to be an Olympic swimmer? Can you buy me this book? Beezus. Beezus brutal didn't land. No, it's just so bad that it's like, how do you even respond to that? It's so bad it requires a delayed reaction. It's like, wait.
It's always a delay for me. My brain takes like 2 seconds to process.
I didn't know what water sports was until I was like 25. Oh man, that's hilarious. The world's a fucked up place, Beezus. I've been on the internet since I was like 14. I've been on 4chan since I was 16, man. Back in the day, you knew you'd been on the internet too long when you saw a picture of a chick masturbating and you counted the amount of dishes in her room.
Yeah. Yeah, we're the generation of smut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was reading erotica when I was 14.
Apparently that's what Muffin does. Because he's like, yeah, you go to AO3 and you just sort by explicit. And I'm like, of course. Makes sense.
Yeah, I always have the ick feeling when I know people under 18 are doing sexy stuff, and I'm just like, I know they do it, but it's like, I don't want to know about it.
Full of shame from the things I did in the 2000s. Don't be shameful. Embrace it. The only reason you're shameful is because you don't realize that everyone else in the world does the same thing. Once you realize that everyone else in the world does the same thing, and the people that generally voice the most against it are actually silently the most for it. That's why they think about it so much. Whereas most people, it's not even a thought because it's not part of their daily lives. Alright, so I'm just confused.
Yeah.
Who is the person who buys? Is you the one who buys Potter?
No. Technically, Jin Hai is the one who buys her.
I thought he was
he's the crown prince.
I thought the one who bought her was the guard of the crown prince, not the crown prince himself.
That's why I said technically.
Because it was bought by proxy. Okay, I understand. I understand. That makes sense. Okay. It's all coming together.
Yes. So, Jinhai is the one who has been trying to find her for at least like 5 or 7 years, because you have to realize he was 6 when she disappeared.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have even realized what was going on until he was probably 14 or 15.
Yes.
And then he like started to look into things, right?
Yeah. And like, I think, although this is a brand new thought, the Empress would have been looking for her as well. But
Okay.
like, it's a very complicated political thing that I'm figuring out.
Okay. Is this the same story from 2 weeks ago, or am I behind yet again? No, Bees, this is the same plot or story, but it's been rewritten multiple times.
It's the same idea.
I posted in the general information. Twitch streams Saturday, July 19th, 12 to 2:30 p.m. Central Time. Hell yeah. Perfect. Uh-oh. Well, stream just crashed. Yay!
Oh, it did?
My end, it did.
I can't see anything moving, so it could be crashed, but like I obviously see like the YouTube up and the note thing up.
Oh, that's a great. It stays up on our end. It just, like, this is what my OBS looks like. I'll reset everything so you guys can see, because I just gotta turn it off and then turn it back on. That should reset everything, right? So I don't know what you guys see, but this is what I see in my OBS.
Yeah,
So
that's what I see.
basically everything's frozen.
Oh yeah, I can't see you moving.
Yeah.
But I can see you moving on screen.
Yeah, so it's like, it only affects what I see on my OBS.
Ah, okay.
So I technically can leave it up. I mean, it's a great freeze frame. I can stare at myself sleeping. You're moving on our side, yeah. Because it's like, if I pull up, this is the actual stream, right? So this is what's happening. Because I've got like, well, I guess I could show you guys. It's on here somewhere, right?
I'm surprised that like your stream crashes so often.
It's a graphics card issue, I'm pretty sure, because if I do the Control-Shift Windows B and reset the thing when I turn on the computer, it doesn't do it. It's just there's too much shit. It doesn't have to do what card you got. I have no idea, Beezus. Absolutely no idea.
I've never had an issue when I've streamed, but I've streamed like 10 times. So
It's not streaming. It's a computer-wide issue. I get it. Even when I'm not streaming, it just fucks up the stream when it does happen. Man just called Smokey B, says he's about to riot. Well, bitrate might be too high for your internet. My internet's amazing though. Like, my internet is the best internet you can possibly get.
So why don't you get a better computer?
This is a $2,500 computer.
Well, obviously you got gypped or something.
No, it's a Starforge, man. It's just this one little tiny issue that just like freaks the screen out for no reason. And
Can you
it's,
fix it?
I don't know. We tried to fix it by getting more RAM. That didn't work.
Try
So
getting a new graphics card.
yeah, but a new graphics card is like, what is it, like $400?
Said you're a nepo baby. You can afford it.
Yeah, but I don't like spending money. Oh, RAM's so good. Thanks, Smokey. Parts themselves are super good.
Do that.
Yes, that's the thing. It's like there has to be a way to fix the problem in either the BIOS, the software, the hardware, or just something that I can do that will fix this glitch from happening. Because it might just be my HDMI cables are bad. It might be the TV is failing. Because sometimes the TV will just die on its own. And then sometimes both of the monitors will die at the same time. So it's like, I think there's just like multiple issues going on. that are either compatibility issues with the HDMI cables or just like some update issues because I don't update Windows. But it's just such a minor issue that I thought I spent $150 on RAM to fix it. They go blank. So they go completely black. Both my monitors go completely black for like 15 seconds, but I can see my mouse. I can see my mouse on the screen, but everything in the background is black. And then it'll just like pop back up. That's why I'm like, it has to be a graphics card issue. Or an HDMI cable issue. But I don't know anything about computers, so I don't want to break it. All I know is I was having RAM issues.
He said both his grandparents died at the same time.
Both my grandparents died at the same. Why not? You look like a nerd. Smokey, because I'm actually a femboy. I can look like a nerd all I want, but you know, I'm like the sexy librarian that doesn't know how to use a computer. It's like, but you're a librarian! It's like, no, I just look like one. It's almost 90% sure it's a software issue then. Do you know how to do a clean install of Windows? See, Beezus, but then I would lose everything. What is a femboy?
It's kind of like a drag queen, but not as committed in some ways. And it's also technically a man that looks like a woman. Between the two.
But you're not
So
trans.
you can't picture a woman.
You're just a femboy.
Yeah. They're like the people on chat roulette where like you think you're talking to a girl, but it's really a guy.
You can save programs and folders to an external hard drive, flash drive, or the cloud.
That sounds like so much work.
Yeah. And it's like that. What? It hasn't happened in like a week, and it really doesn't affect anything. It's just kind of annoying. So a man who wants to be a woman but has no pronouns. No, Smokey. So just a dude who wants to look like sexy, like a woman. You don't want to be a woman. You just want to look sexy. It's like, why are women allowed to look sexy but dudes aren't? That's total bullshit. I want to look sexy. I want to put on makeup. I want to dress slutty. Why can't I?
Gender fluid.
Yeah. You know what? We need some edumacation. We need some edumacation up in here. Okay? Let's get some edumacation.
Oh, I can't hear it.
Oh no, that's metrosexual.
It's okay. I'll watch it another time.
You look terrible. The boys at school beat him up, Gerald. Oh, really? Well, don't you
I know
worry
what you're
about
going
it.
for.
We can cover that black eye up with some cream base and then with an acid wash for a fun vintage look. Ah, just leave me alone.
Oops. Whoops. Yup. And then you take that instead of being, because like, you know, that's like an adult, and it's like at a certain point, you know, at like what age do women stop wearing skimpy as fuck clothing? Usually around like 35 to 40 is when you start to like fall off, right? So it's like you start to be more just in an attitude than you are in a way. Phone on 2%. Oh, well, I guess you're fucked, Smokey.
Yep.
Sucks to be you, bro. We'll see you again later. Have a good night. You trying to say grandmas can't wear thongs now? No, Beezus. I just said in general. When do they stop? You know, it's between 35 and 40. It's not all, but it's like when the self-aware ones start to realize, you know what, I'm not 18 anymore, maybe I shouldn't wear these booty shorts. Or like, damn, my tits are sagging down to my belly button, maybe I shouldn't be wearing this bikini top. You know? It's just a self-awareness moment. Like I said, I got like 3 to 5 more years until I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this no more because I look like shit. But I think I look good enough to pull it off because I look a lot younger than I am. You know? Like, I could say maybe I'm 27. And I think people would probably believe if I said I was 27. But, you know, in like 5 years, that's gonna like fall off hardcore.
When you can lay on your own boobs, you gotta hang them up.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So, back to the story.
Yes.
So, then...
So who is the guy who... What's the name of the guy who bought... Like, the actual guy who... The guard... Does he have a name?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it also starts with Jin. But I'm trying to remember what the second part is. His name doesn't really matter. It can change.
Okay.
He's just known as Jin Hai's bodyguard. What, the laying on boobs thing?
I'm using that line in my book. That's all for now, folks. Bye, Smokey. Take care, bro. Enjoy yourself. Jin Hai's bodyguard is officially...
So, the way the relationships work is...
Fuck you, Smokey.
Is connected to Jin Hai by friendship. She's connected to Yu by marriage. And Mei Lan is her rival.
Wait, she's married to you?
Yes, so Hua is married to Yu and Mei Lan is married to Yu.
And Yu is the one who's like possessive of her, or is that Jin Hai? Or is Jin Hai the main love interest?
Both are possessive of her in different ways.
Okay.
And then Yu is connected to Hua and Mei Lan because they're married to him. And he's kind of jealous of Jin Hai in a way.
Okay.
So there's like some rivalry going on there. And then Mei Lan isn't really connected to Jin Hai in any way. She's just connected to Yu and Hua.
Okay.
So there's kind of like a...
Two concentric circles almost overlapping, like a Venn diagram. Hua is kind of in the middle, and you got both sides playing for each gender on each side.
Yeah.
I like that.
But Jin Hai isn't going after Mei Lan.
Mm-hmm.
So like the two main people, it's actually more of like 4 circles with Hua and Yu are connected. I don't know how to describe it. It's like they're side by side, but then like there's another thing that connects them. So it's like it's really weird.
We got like you have this is like Hua right? And you'd have like this and like that. This would be Jin Hai.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. But you have to connect the other one to the second one.
So I was like, wait, no, this needs to be. I think this needs to be here because this is Jin Hai. He's so like.
Yeah, kind of like that.
If this is Jin Hai, this is.
Kind of looks like a double-sided dick with balls. So you have the dick on top, you have the dick on the bottom, and you have the balls in between.
Wasn't Ewer with all of them? Because he's fighting... So Ewer's kind of in the middle, actually.
Yeah, but Hwaer is as well. So move Ewer to the bottom one, and then move Jinhai to underneath Hwaer and Ewer, and have Mei Lan at the top. Like I said, it's like a double-sided dick.
Okay. I get the idea.
Yeah. And then we haven't even talked about the secondary characters yet, which make it even more complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see how it's difficult for me to get, like, everything cohesive.
Well, that's why best way to do it is just start with 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, right? And just slowly add it on and increase the complexity as soon as you get comfortable with the current situation you're in.
Yeah, and I'm kind of doing that, but, like, you kind of have to plant the seeds as well, or else it's very abrupt when they come in.
Well, that's why a good way to do it is to go back and redo it afterward. Like, have the draft set up to the point, and then you're like, okay, well, now that I know this event is going to happen, I can foreshadow it in, like, the previous chapter or a couple previous chapters, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I keep going back, because I keep trying to layer them in, and I'm trying to find the right way to layer them in. So I kind of have 4 arcs of the story. The first 25 is like her in the monastery. Then I have her with her family, so the ones that gave birth to her. And then kind of the last half, so it's more 3 arcs really. Oh, we're doing an ad break. Is her married to Ewer.
And, like, the conflict of Jinhai.
Yeah.
Because now that he's found her.
Yeah.
So I'm still a little bit confused between the bodyguard buying Hwaer and Hwaer being married to Ewer instead of Jinhai.
So, if you ever watched, like, K-dramas,
yeah,
you would know that, like, there's the main love interest, which we don't really have a main love interest, but I'm going to call you the main love interest. And you have the secondary love interest. So, he's, like, the foil, kind of. But he's also, like, an integral part of her life. So the best way I can describe it is, Jinhai wants her.
Okay.
She wants to be by herself. Ewer gets her, but doesn't necessarily want her. And Mei Lan wants Ewer, and he doesn't really want her.
Okay. Okay.
So there's not really any real love in
I'm
a way.
still confused how Ewer gets her. Because I'm like, well, if he's the crown prince and he sent out his bodyguard to find her and his bodyguard buys her, wouldn't he basically, like, it's basically completely set up for him to marry her and be with her, right? Especially if, like, she has no real decision in the matter.
Yes, but see, this is where it gets complicated, and it's based on Qing Dynasty, like, rules. So technically, since he bought her, he owns her, but she's also a noble. So because she's a noble, she can't really be bought. So that's kind of revealed later. So he owns her, but doesn't own her.
Okay, so it's like once she's found out to be a noble, it's like, oh, well, you don't have any rights on her, and since she's a noble, her father has all the rights, and she's going to sell me to her, and that's kind of like a kind of direction you could go in for her to wind up with you instead of Jinhai. Because it's more of a political marriage than it is anything else.
Yes, it's a political marriage. And then what happened is often in this time period, you would have what was called child marriages or child betrothals. So, like, when they're literally, like, less than a year old, their parents would arrange a marriage with another influential family. And so she's been engaged to Yu-Er since she was, like, 1 year old. But because she died, he married Mei Lan, who is his second cousin.
But since he found out Hua-Er is now alive, he's like, well, I technically still, like, the old engagement never got broken, really. So let's go back to the old engagement.
And his family is power hungry.
Okay.
Because his family is a marquis, but he's also a general. So the fact that she's a duke's daughter is already kind of like she's out of his reach.
Mm-hmm.
And she gets a title that makes her even farther out of his reach. But his grandfather and her grandfather were best friends.
Okay.
So that's why they were betrothed to each other.
Okay. I see.
There's a lot of, like, backstory of previous generations.
Mm-hmm.
And
their influence on the current generation. I like that. That's cool.
Yes. So it's almost like I could write a second book.
Just with, like, the lineages?
Yeah.
Oh, I love
when
that.
When I was making this, I literally went back, like, 5 generations in some cases. Just to, like, justify, like, how Yu-Er got to where he is.
So the guard stealing his boss. No, Beezus. The guard. Okay, so the guard kind of gets fucked over, and so does Jin Hai. In the fact of, by buying Hua-Er, they just freed her, but they don't actually. Since they find out she's a noble, they don't have any hold on her anymore. Yeah. So that's when it's like, and, you know, they realize, because Jin Hai's whole thing is he's been trying to find Hua-Er. So as soon as he does, and he gets her, he's like to everyone, look, this is Hua-Er, she's still alive! And then everyone's like, oh, well, if she's still alive, then we have all these arrangements that we need to do for her. And then she gets basically taken out of Jin Hai's grasp. After he spent all this time trying to find her, and then she gets sent to Yu-Er. That's how I envision it in my head.
And then the other thing that happens is purity was extremely important during the time period.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, even if, like, you held hands with the opposite sex after, like, age 8, it would be like, scandal, scandal, scandal.
Yeah.
So the fact that, like, the Empress knows that she was in the brothel, so, like, there's no chance
that
she can be with Jin Hai.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be the future emperor. So, like, not even as, like, a concubine, a lover, like, nothing.
She'd have to be completely hidden. And that would be a scandal.
Yeah.
And if the Emperor had a scandal like that, it could destroy the dynasty.
Yeah. And then because his family's power hungry, and they had the betrothal, they're kind of like, we don't want her, but we want the power of her.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a stretch, because in theory, they'd probably just say, we don't want her, and they could break the engagement. But they're like, well, we could, like...
We could just Rapunzel her, lock her up in a cellar, no one fucking cares. I mean, as long as she's my wife on paper, bring her out for events, we've got all the, you know, that's a political stepping stone that we can use.
Because she's also the goddaughter of the Empress. So her status is basically princess. And she's technically like the stepsister in some ways, or the adopted sister of Jin Hai, which is another reason he can't really marry her like he can.
Yeah.
But like the Empress is kind of forcing them to be apart in a romantic way.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a lot and a lot and a lot of political maneuvering, a lot of different people with stakes. Because then the kind of main enemy in the story is her stepmother.
Yeah.
And her stepmother is actually only like 10 years older than her or something.
Because the concubines,
because that
right?
was common at the time. Like they could be like, you could have a stepmother who's younger than you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, what was my brain saying? She is. I go back and forth, but right now I have her as a foreign princess. And she's desperate to solidify her position in the household. So what the time period was like is you had a main wife, and those children would be considered like legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had concubines, and they were kind of like backup children. So if the main wife didn't have a son or any children, then the concubine-born children could be elevated to like legitimate or under her name,
Mm-hmm.
or even just, you know, considered for like the title and everything. And there were rules in different time periods about whether that could happen or not. So in this case, her father's kind of a horn dog. He has like 20 wives, and he has like 40 kids.
Nice.
And right now, the first wife, Hua-er's mother, is dead. But she left 2 children behind. Hua-er and her older sister.
Okay.
But while Hua-er was gone, her older sister died in childbirth, which was very common.
Yeah.
So now there's only Hua-er left.
Okay.
So the stepmother tried to kill her when she was 5, when she was first pregnant with her child. The stepmother was pregnant, just to be clear.
Yeah, not water.
Yeah. Yes. She's not the 5-year-old who got pregnant, and I forget where it was, but it happened in real life, which was very scary. So she tried to get rid of her, but the people who were hired to kidnap and kill her did the switcheroo. They found a body that was already dead and claimed it was Hua-er and sold her to the monastery. So they got double the money.
Oh, okay.
So that's how she's still alive.
I love that just random coincidence. That there's no big, stupid reason why. It's just pure greed. Well, hey, man, you know, this is like a miracle. We found a dead body. We got a live one. Let's make some money, boys.
Yep.
No one will ever fucking know. She'll die in the monastery.
Yeah. We get our money.
And she's so young, she wouldn't remember anything anyways.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
So then, when she appears later in life, imagine what the stepmother's like.
Yeah.
So she actually sends assassins when she hears that Hua-er is alive to try and kill her when she's on the way to the capital. Like, she's doing everything under the sun to try and kill her.
Okay.
Because she doesn't want her to come back. And the sad thing is, her father also doesn't want her to come back at this point. He never loved her mother. It was a political marriage.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 40 kids. He doesn't care about this one.
It's like, this is just way too much shit to deal with.
Yeah. Plus, you know, he has the young wife that he wants to, you know, please.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, if you want my daughter dead, go ahead. I got 40 other of them. But he doesn't really care about any of his kids, honestly. He's just like, oh, my wife got pregnant. Okay, bye. I'm going to the next 39.
And that was what I like about that is the fact of, how do you say it? It's like those that strive for power are never like pure-hearted people, right?
Very rarely. Yeah.
So anyone who ever has like not just born into it, but it's like also if you're born into it, you gotta like, even if you're born into it, you still have to survive to be able to obtain it yourself and then carry on with it. So there is still a lot of work put into it and learning about it, but maintaining that power is like huge, and it's usually you've already done so much stuff to get there that you're desensitized to anything else.
Yeah.
So I kind of hate it when like political leaders and like stuff like that are like genuinely good people, because it's like genuinely good people tend not to be able to get into those positions because they don't have like they're not willing to go the extra mile. And that's usually where corruption comes from.
So then we're like, she survives the monastery, she survives the brothel, she barely survives her ride to the capital, and then she's in recovery.
Okay.
But then more shit happens. So her stepsister, without knowing that she's her sister, of course, is insanely jealous. And she's like 10. And so she's now Jin Hai's betrothed.
Okay.
So he was betrothed to her partly because of Hua-er. Because there was discussion that Hua-er and he could be together, but because she was already engaged, it never really worked out. So then the next sister that was available was this sister, who is her half-sister.
Okay.
Because a duke's family is eligible to marry the crown prince. So that's where there's some complication again. So she hears there's a woman in Jin Hai's like estate, and she gets insanely jealous. Keep in mind, he's 6 years older than her.
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, it was not uncommon to be married at like 14, 15, 16.
Yeah, because you only live to like 35.
Yeah. So she goes over there and she basically beats her sister almost to death out of insane jealousy.
Damn.
And so poor Hua-er, who has just started to like recover,
Yeah.
and who is actually being poisoned still by her stepmother, is now beaten to death. Or like almost.
Yeah.
And then like Jin Hai comes in and he actually like physically hurts the half-sister, even though she's his betrothed.
Mm-hmm.
So like he pulls her hair, he makes her kneel. He's like, this is your Gigi, which is older sister in Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like obviously shocked. And everyone else is shocked. And like there's just a lot of things that
So this is kind of like this what sparks the reveal moment?
Yes.
That's so fucking awesome.
Because he was trying to give her time to recover.
Yeah. Before like putting her back into like the royalty life, because he knows how hard it is to like deal with that, like politics and shit like that, and what it's like to be a royal.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
that's
then,
so
like,
good.
She was so like, not only was she physically unwell,
Mm-hmm.
but she was mentally unwell as well.
Yeah.
And during that time period, it wasn't, oh, you know, I feel sorry for you. It was, you're dirty or like you're unclean. So then like there's no sympathy much.
Mm-hmm.
So he was trying to protect her by like having limited people near her and only like the most loyal people near her. And then we kind of introduced the grandmother and Momo, who is her nursemaid, and knew her when she was like a baby to 5. And they are her protectors, besides Jin Hai. But like he kind of has a stake in it, like he kind of loves her, but he's not really admitting it. Whereas
Okay.
these are like a mother and a grandmother almost. Like it's really grandmother, but then like Momo's almost like a replacement mother.
Okay.
And then the complicated part is she has 3 daughters and I think a son or 2, I haven't figured it out. And the eldest daughter wants to climb the social ladder. So she wants to sleep with one of Hua-er's brothers so that she's no longer a servant.
Okay.
So she's a cunning, manipulative girl. So what she does is she torments Hua-er as well, because like she's what she wants to be. Like she wants to be a noble daughter.
Mm-hmm. And so she's
Live the good life.
Yeah.
But she knows that Hua-er currently is quite powerless because her father doesn't love her, her stepmother doesn't love her. She has no relationship with her siblings. Only the grandmother, who's now old and has kind of passed the title to the stepmother.
Mm-hmm.
Is the only one who loves her besides Jin Hai. But he has to be at court most of the time.
Yeah.
So she's quite vulnerable. So she does things like she steals Hua-er's clothes, she steals her snacks, she steals like everything good from her. And like she mocks her, she beats her, like she does a lot of things like that to like assuage her jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but for the most part, her Hua doesn't care. Like she has lived in degradation, wearing like the worst clothing you can wear, being filthy, being beaten like every single day. This is almost normal to her.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of fuels the maidservant's jealousy even more, like the anger.
Like she's not getting the response that she's expecting out of Hua-Er. You know?
She does get some wins, but she has to be beaten down a lot first, Beezus.
Because the amount of wins that she gets are so minimal, they have to be absolutely profound to her because of how low she is in life.
Yeah, so one of the things that happens is when she's recovering, she has her grandmother and Momo come visit her, like when she's ready for visitors. And the grandmother actually gives her a handkerchief. And the handkerchief is like her token. So what she does with it is like, because she's kind of not right in the mind, she'll like, run it over her face, kind of like chew on it a bit. And it's like her like main thing. Like think almost like a binky for a baby. And so it's very soothing to her because she knows that her grandmother loves her to a point. And so when her grandmother can't be there, it's almost like her grandmother's with her because of the handkerchief. So that's one of the wins for her, is that she has this connection. And at least for some of the time, Momo's also with her, but then her grandmother gets sick, so Momo has to go back to the grandmother. And that's where the, like, maidservant kind of steps up and like really starts to beat her. And then she's actually punished by both the grandmother Momo and Jinhai when she's caught beating her. And I wanted her to be dead, but then I have to think about Momo, because this is Momo's daughter.
Yeah.
And even though Momo is furious with her because she loves Hua like her own daughter, she does love her daughter. So what happens is she's confined for a period of time. And then Momo stays with her and she recovers again. Like, it's getting a bit repetitive, which is why I'm trying to figure out a way to not make it seem repetitive.
Well, I'd say this is where you throw in, like, before the mother comes back to, like, comfort her and bring her back up, we're gonna drop her down another peg, and she's gonna be shipped off to Yu-Er. So like, she gets beaten, she never finds out that the sister was punished, and then she just gets sold out, and she never sees the grandma and never sees Momo again.
Okay.
For like either she never sees the grandmother again because the grandmother dies within like the period of time that she's gone, and then maybe later on in the book when she's like she's married to Yu-Er, but she's still now back in contact with Jinhai, and she's like moving between the estates, let's say.
Yeah.
For political reasons or something like that, or maybe she's just traveling with Yu-Er, and Yu-Er happens to be at the estate because he's visiting for political reasons. That's when Jinhai and Hua-Er like meet again, and it's like, oh my god, it's been a couple of years, stuff like that. So maybe this is where we pivot the story to a completely different direction to prevent that repetitiveness. What do you think?
I'm okay with that, but I just want to explain why I hadn't done that.
Okay.
So, like, one of the things that happens is, like, the Empress figures out that, like, she's been being beaten, like, everything bad is happening. So she kind of sends her, like, a protection amulet, which is this new title that she has, which is County Princess, which is an actual title in the Qing Dynasty.
Okay.
So it's kind of like the bottom rung of royalty, but, like, it's a royal title in a way. And she also sends, like, a carte blanche edict to the grandmother that she can be like, I'm going to behead my son, and it wouldn't be an issue. So that's Hua-Er's father. So, like, she's giving the grandmother and Hua-Er, like, carte blanche power to, like, beat these people, strike them from the family genealogy, like, everything like that.
Damn.
And that's kind of where Hua-Er really starts to, like, bloom in power. But she's also still, like, very fragile. But now the family can't just, you know, fuck with her. And that's kind of where
I like that, going in a direction of like overcorrection, where she's gone from this point of being completely beaten, and it's like you could have her being like almost a terrible person, or being slowly a good person to turning into a terrible person.
Yeah.
And just like the power corrupts, and because she's like, you know, this is the only thing she's ever known. This is the only way she knows how to portray power. And maybe Jin Hai has to teach her that there are gentler, easier ways to assert your power. Like, you don't have to assert your power through violence.
He would completely enable her. He's smitten.
Okay.
Yeah. But the grandmother's the one who kind of teaches her, like, how to behave.
Okay.
And Momo. Because they're, like I said, her mother.
Okay.
Like, they're her mother figure. So, the way I have it right now is, like, she's been beaten so many times. She wasn't really taught much in the monastery. She was poisoned, in fact. So, she kind of has the same mind she had when she was 5. So, she's not intellectually disabled, at least not permanently. But, like, she doesn't understand how this noble world works. So she's slowly taught these things, and that's where I start to introduce the idea of you were again. And that's kind of why she's being taught these things.
Because she has to learn how the system works so she can be a part of it.
Yeah.
Because you can't just throw her at you and be like, okay, act like you should in court. She's like, what's court? Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
And then also remember, she was taken when she was 5.
Yeah.
So, like, and then she was so, like, maltreated that, like, she forgot everything from when she was 5. They never really taught her to read. She just chanted the sutras from memory from what they taught her.
Mm-hmm.
She was never really taught to write. And, like, what she was taught when she was 5 is, like, gone from her memory.
Yeah.
So she's, like, the same equivalent of, like, a peasant right now. And she has to be a duke's daughter and eventually a wife.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a very short recovery period of like 6 months to a year where like she's learning things, but like she won't be proficient in them.
Yeah.
And then she's sent off to UR. Because she's age out of marriage age.
And so they got to get this done. So there is a like time period for this. Like they're doing this like as fast as they fucking can.
Yeah, because there's push from the stepmother and the father to, like, get rid of her.
Okay.
Because at this point, the stepmother's like, I have fucking tried to kill this girl, like, 7 times, and she's still not dead. At least get her out of my fucking eyesight.
Yeah, get her out of my house. I don't want her living in my estate. Fuck that.
So she's like, if I can at least pass this burden along, then I don't have to worry about it anymore. And she's now, like, in a secure position in her house, too. So she's not as worried about her, especially considering the condition Hua-Er is in.
Yeah. So it's like
then,
she's justified in not being threatened anymore.
Yeah.
But she's still crazy enough to still feel like she's threatened. So she's still trying to do everything, but she's like, maybe the stakes aren't as high as I thought they were.
Yeah, and then one of the reasons that, like, her jealousy and insecurity is triggered again is because of the way Jin Hai is behaving. Because remember, Jin Hai is engaged to her half-sister, who is her, the stepmother's firstborn child.
Yeah.
She has other children now, but, you know, the firstborn's usually, you know, the precious baby.
Yeah.
And so, now that Jin Hai is spending so much attention with Hua-Er, and, like, everyone but her and him can tell, everyone but her and him can tell that he's in love with her.
Yeah.
That, like, she's like, I have to deal with this. And that's where, like, her machinations kind of gear up again. And that's kind of where I'm left off. I want to add in some, like, political stuff. I want to add in, like, some, like, more social, like, I want to add in more things with Yor. I want to add more things in with Mei Lan. There's actually another concubine that Yor has, so I have to add her in. So there's a lot of characters.
Definitely, the layering seems very nice for introduction of characters. And, like, how important, and showing how important those characters actually are, like, later on down the road.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying not to layer in anyone that isn't going to be either instrumental to something, like that kind of moves the story along.
Yeah.
Or won't, like, be in the story for, like, almost the entire story. Because even the guard is kind of always there.
But he's not, like, a prominent figure?
No, he's not a super prominent figure. But, like, in the past, he would have been with Jinhai, like, all the time, basically. So he's kind of like Jinhai's shadow. So that's why he's always there. Because if Jinhai's there, then he's there.
I'm just trying to think for, like, adding more political things.
Yeah.
Could there be, like, a looming war or something like that? A looming famine, maybe? Some sort of, like, let's go outside of the characters now, and let's go and look at the, like, the Empire itself. And let's say, what are the struggles that the Empire itself are facing?
I actually do have something for that.
Okay.
So, we're in an ad break and Zoink...
Zoink! Bro, did you see that I posted in your Discord? Respond if you can hear me, bitch!
He can't, we're in an ad break.
I don't know. He might have ad block. He's using a VPN because he's from Hong Kong.
Ah, okay.
My phone is so slow because it is broken. It has 3 glitch blocks. Damn, my phone that I use as an internet for my other... Like, I use it as an internet tether for my other PC, but it's like the bottom 15% of the screen just doesn't work. It's black. So, like, if I bring up the keyboard to type, you can't see the keyboard. Super annoying. Of all the places to, like, break, it fell off of my bike and smashed. Not in the good way, though.
No.
So as far as the Empire goes, what, like, are there multiple empires? Is there some kind of civil strife inside of the Empire? What does the economy look like at the moment?
So, I am basing it a bit off the Qing Dynasty. Like, I have the culture and everything, but I'm not really sticking to historical events. But I'm using some of them to, like, make sense, but kind of making them myself, so it's kind of fantasy. Which is why I call it pseudo-historical.
Yeah, you're basically using the time period and the area as a setting in and of itself. And incorporating the structure of that setting. It's like...
You went muted.
Sorry, what?
You, like, I could tell you were talking, but, like, nothing was coming through.
Maybe I glitched out? I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you might have glitched out.
Who knows? Discord's weird sometimes. I can't see anything on the Discord, so...
Yeah. It was just for, like, 10 seconds.
We just stopped mid-sentence!
I think Zoinko joined us. Yeah, Zoinko joined us.
Zoink, why are you in the collab stream? Why, Zoink? Why you gotta be a little shit disturber?
I honestly didn't miss him.
He did his little swallow thing and then sat there staring at me. True, Beezus. True. I know how to build suspense.
Yep.
Oh my god. Okay, okay.
So, on to the world building. So, there's only really, like, 2 or 3 locations. There's the monastery, the brothel, and the capital. There's a little bit of, like, very, very vague cities in between on the travel.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not really, like, any, like, cities or anything, really. And they're never mentioned. I want to keep it somewhat simple so that it's not overwhelming.
Okay.
Because I have very complex characters already.
Yeah, so limiting the amount of setting is a good way to keep it grounded without going completely crazy.
But to build tension and to make things work, remember I said that Yor is also a general?
Yeah.
So he actually is in a war while Hua is recovering. And he's like called back by his family kind of during the war to marry her. So there is a war going on.
How does this impact the war without having one of its main generals there?
Not well. So he's actually almost going to be like scolded for it.
What the fuck, guys? This is bullshit. You call me back to get fucking married. Now we're losing the war, and you blame it on me for not being there?
Yeah.
That's
kind of how it's going.
I mean, that's life. That's literally how it goes.
Yeah. And he's not there for like a long period of time. It's kind of like he's called home for like a week, let's say.
And during that time,
And,
just
like,
everything goes crazy. Main general doesn't technically have to be on the battlefield directly to be able to impact the battle, but maybe the enemy finds out that the general's going to be gone, and he's like their tactical general. And while they're gone, he's gone. They have some sort of ambush or something that threatens the plan. And without the tactical general there, in order to reestablish order of everything, it's like their camps start falling apart, and small raids start becoming more and more impactful. So by the time he gets back, their forces that should have been ready to march are basically completely shattered.
Yeah. I have to make notes about this.
So it's like whatever he does, whatever he's the general of, and whatever his main purpose in the army is, that has to be exploited while he's gone to make it, like, not only develop him as a character to say these are the things that he was responsible for, but also to say that it's more dangerous for your main general to be on the battlefield, actually. Well, yeah, Beezus, but we're saying, like, there's a difference between, let's say, being at the army camp and being within, let's say, 12 hours of receiving a message and 1 week of being receiving a message. And in that 1 week, so much can go wrong.
Yeah, and like he's not like the top general either.
No, maybe he's just
like,
in charge of something very specific. Because mostly generals are like really good at one thing. That's why I said he's like a tactical general. Where it's like, he comes up with like defense plans. And it's like, their defenses get breached and he's not there to like reform the defense. So like their defenses have holes in it all over the place because they don't have their main general there that makes sure that their defenses are on point. Or maybe he has something to do with, like, stockpiling. Something very minute. And it's like they burn down the stockpiles, and he's not there to sign off on getting new supplies. Yeah. And it completely halts supply lines and holds everything back. And it's just this very minute, tiny thing that can completely change the entire outlook of a war.
Yeah.
And having something very small like that is very, like, you know... It gives more meaning to the character.
I'm not sure that crazy.
No, yeah, I'm just spitballing ideas, right?
Yeah. But, like, I really like the idea of, like, that kind of affects things. What the hell is that?
Is that Zoink?
Immediately... Yeah, it's Zoinko.
God damn it, Zoink! The fuck is wrong with you, bro? Okay, I muted him.
Yeah, I'm muting him too. Oh, I can block him. I'm gonna block him.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. I didn't want to block him because I felt that was mean. He's just a little shit disturber. Right click and do a server mute. That's a good idea.
It's not funny, Zoink. I blocked you anyway.
There. He's muted from the server. You just got yourself muted from the server, Zoink. I hope you're happy, bro. Why don't you lock the channel? Cause I just...
He doesn't know how.
Yeah, that and, like... I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't fucking have to.
We only have one troll.
Yeah.
We have like 10 of
Well,
them.
we have one retard troll. We have like everyone's a troll because we like he's not even a troll. He's just a douchebag. He's just a 12-year-old. Like Smokey's a troll. Sure, but it means you don't get assaulted by strangers just hopping and saying slurs. Yeah, but like I feel like we don't have random people like that on the server. Like, I actually take pride in the fact that, like, we don't have those kinds of people in the server.
He's trying to start a Wordle game.
Zoink?
Yeah. Look at Discord.
Where?
In the chat.
I don't see it.
Go to where we're chatting, like, click the chat part, the collab.
Wait, what the fuck? What? How did that even happen?
Oh, you can do that easily. You can play games.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
At least Zoink is teaching us something.
Oh no, I already knew how to do that.
Well, I didn't.
You can also adjust the volume of different people. So like, if I'm super loud, but then like Zoink was really quiet, you can turn him up and me down.
Okay. I'll figure it out one day.
Yeah, you can also chat in there, like typing chatting.
I didn't know you could do that. I thought it was just a voice channel.
Nope. If you look at the very top, you'll see Zoink sent a message. I'm not looking at it, but there's a message up top that you can see.
Where?
There's a little chat bubble in the very top.
Oh! It's the Wordle. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, you learned something new. How long have you been on the internet? I don't use Discord because I don't talk to people, Beezus. I just specifically don't use Discord. That's it. I know everything else. I just don't use Discord. Like, I used to use like Ventrilo and like Skype, but that's about it. I don't know what modal is.
I'm just ignoring him. So we've got the war now. And then
Who is the war against and why is the war happening?
So, in the time period, it's, I forget exactly who it is, but it's like a different tribe of Chinese people, basically.
Okay.
So there's like a few different like statuses in the Qing dynasty. There's the Han, which are considered the top, I believe. The Manchu, which are like below that.
Okay.
And then I think there's another one which I don't remember just off the top of my head. So, I believe they were also fighting with the Mongols because China's basically trying to take over everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's who they're fighting, is I believe the Mongols. And actually, what I want to do is I want the stepmother to be a Mongol.
Okay.
Like, she's a Mongol princess.
And there's some connection there as to, like, is that alliance falling apart? Is that the reason why?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's kind of in hot water, too.
And that's why it's so important for her to hold on to power.
Yes.
So she's not even just doing it for herself.
Yeah, she's doing it for her family.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love the depth.
Yeah. And then I think what I want to happen is I want Ewer to have, like, his first misstep, his first fall. Because he's also a main character, even though he kind of appears halfway through the book.
Yeah.
And so with what happens there is, like, he loses a war, and they lose, like, 3 cities, let's say, or something. So it's, like, fairly significant.
Okay.
But I have to figure out a way that it won't affect the engagement between him and Hua. Because what might happen is there might be a gap of time between the engagement and the marriage where, like, things are really shaky.
Okay.
And that's where Jin Hai, like, really steps in, even though he knows he can't. It's like
he's just taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, like, he's also working behind the scenes almost to sabotage him. And so there's a lot of political things that are going on. I might even introduce a third possible love interest, where it's like, oh, okay, so Ewer isn't possible. Jin Hai isn't possible. Maybe we can find, like, you know, someone who's like a Baron equivalent, who is way below her status, but considering she's not considered, like, chaste anymore or pure, then it's kind of like the best she's gonna get.
Okay.
But I don't know for sure if I want to
Dude, oh my god. Could you have it? Okay, what about this? What if, due to losing the war, I'm just thinking about this as a direction, one of the stipulations on top of losing the cities is for, like, all of the generals and, like, all of the higher command to, like, give up one of their wives.
It doesn't really fit with the time period. It'd be a good thing, like, to do, but, like, it'd be more likely the wives would just leave them. And even that's very unlikely during the time period.
Okay.
Because they didn't really have divorce.
Yeah.
So it's a really good idea and I like it, but it doesn't fit.
Alright.
Yeah. But what could happen is, like, I'm trying to figure out in my head how to make this work. So, let's consider it a possibility just right now. So he has Mei Lan, and she's, like, deeply in love with him. So even if he was a pauper, she would stay with him.
Mm-hmm.
So she wouldn't leave him for any reason. But maybe she gets some pressure from her family. Like, he's going downhill. And, like, she's going to be downgraded to a concubine because of Hua. So, like, there's other reasons why she might want to leave him. Okay. But it's not her that wants to leave him. It's her family.
And that pressure is being placed on her, even though she loves him. She might have to give him up just for the greater good of her family. Yeah.
And then the concubine is actually a soldier's either sister or daughter. So this is Ewer's concubine. And she's currently pregnant.
Okay.
And around this time, she'll either give birth or still be pregnant. I don't know. And I can't quite decide what happens to the child yet. Or what gender it is. But, like, maybe she decides to... no, it doesn't work because she's an orphan. I was thinking maybe she decides to leave him. But she's an orphan, so she can't really leave. But maybe there was, like, a second concubine he was going to marry or something that would leave him. like another marriage prospect, because he's going to end up with like 20 wives, because they're going to have a high rate of stillborn, miscarriages, girls who aren't, so they're not boys, like, you know, those kind of things.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a lot of wives because he's not going to have a lot of children that survive. And it was common at the time for that to happen. Like, it was common to have between 6 to 8 wives, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I'm going with that. And I think I might be unstuck now. I'm thinking. So, where were we? The war. I think loss of status.
The first fall of Yu-Er.
Jinhai. stepping
Another,
in.
yeah, Jinhai rising up and taking over, trying to at least, putting even more pressure.
Capture to divorce. And I kind of want Yu-Er to have a spiral. Because remember, I said that he's an opioid addict.
Yeah.
He's a maniac.
Yeah.
And he's has PTSD.
So he's going down the toilet.
Yeah.
He's gonna get some fucked up shit done.
Yeah. So he already has issues. He already had the PTSD because he's been in war since he was like 14 and he's like 19 now.
Mm-hmm.
So he's had a lot of years to be in and out of war. And so, you know, his wife is thinking about leaving him, or at least is being pressured to leave him. His other fiance might not be able to marry him, and like he's losing status and power. He doesn't really care about the women themselves, but his family is extremely power hungry. Like, they've risen in like 3 to 5 generations. I forget what it was. I think it's 3 generations, from like a pauper or a peasant to a marquis. And they've done that through marriage and merit. So like, they have no problem with like downgrading a wife if a more powerful wife comes along. And that's actually happened for 3 generations. The grandfather married like an ordinary girl when he was young. Then he married up and downgraded his original wife to a concubine. The father did the same, and now Jinhai's going to do it. And that's not extremely common, but I'm making it common in this family.
Okay.
So
just to show their rise over time through their, like, their whatever means necessary. You know, and in the name of the family instead of in the name of the individual.
Yes.
Aiming for the emperor's seat.
Yes. Well, no, they're not aiming for the emperor's seat because they are loyal to their country. But like, all 3 of them have also been generals. So like, potentially one of the wives might be aiming for the emperor's seat, but like, not really. I don't see them going that far.
Okay.
But they do want to rise. Like, they want to continually rise and rise and rise and rise. And they're willing to do most things to do it. And so, like, he's getting a lot of shit from his parents for, like, the loss in status, basically. And so, his life's kind of falling apart. And at this point, we're not really focusing on Hua-Er as much. So she kind of goes into the background a little bit, and we focus on Yu-Er. It's almost like the first half is like almost completely about Hua-Er, and the second half is kind of half and half between Yu-Er and Hua-Er.
Okay. I like that. Because it moves the dynamic of the book and expands it beyond that, right?
Yeah. And we'll get more of Mei Lan, obviously, and a little bit less of Jinhai, but not significant. It just, like, in order of importance, it kind of goes, Yu-Er, Hua-Er are both in first, then Mei Lan, then Jinhai.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I I kind of have an idea of the scenes I want. But I don't have enough, like, you made me realize I don't have enough that's happening in the outside of the world. And that's what I need help with.
Okay.
So I do want there to be 2 wars during the book. So the first one is kind of right in the middle of the book. And then the second one is towards, like, closer to the end, but not all the way at the end. So that's something that can happen there.
Okay.
But then I'm trying to figure out, like, what else could happen. I do have illness at some point that happens, like a smallpox epidemic, because that's a problem.
I was gonna think like either a famine, some sort of supply line issue, some sort of natural disaster, maybe.
We could have the dam break. I think that's something that's very common happened, was the dam breaking.
Especially like is that an area in China where monsoons happen?
I don't think monsoons happen.
Okay.
But what would happen is, like, there would be record flooding, and they didn't have the best dams, and the dam would break.
And
then,
wash away like an entire village?
Yeah. And then obviously, like, famine would follow and illness. Yeah. So I've got 2 wars going on. I've got famine. I've got the dam breaks. I got smallpox. And maybe there could even be, like, an uprising.
I was gonna say there should be some sort of, because when people are pushed to the edge, right, especially during like a famine and stuff, there should be some sort of religious uprising or something like that, like some sort of uprising disguised as a religious movement or something like that.
What would more likely happen is either, like, a prince who was like the brother or a son to the current emperor would work with the Mongols to overthrow the father brother that's currently on the throne.
Okay.
And, like, he could have the peasants behind him, but it'd be more likely that that would happen than, like, a peasant uprising. But that introduces another character again, so I have to figure out if I want to do that or not. I'm very happy with it. Oh, I know. And I'm not sure how this will work, so I'm spitballing.
Okay.
What if Jin Hai, pushed to the breaking point, tries to overthrow his parents so he can be with Hua Er?
Because he's like, if I'm the emperor, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure it fits his character. So he would have to be so warped from where he was to begin with that he would do that. But then, like, he's a genuinely good guy, and his parents are generally good people. So I either have to change the parents to be, like, despotic, or I have to change.
Well, I mean, he could just be like, I'm tired of you guys thinking of Hua Er as some fucking throwaway doll. Maybe he's just so love blind.
Yeah. But again, like, it kind of has to work with the plot and the character, and it doesn't really seem to work the way I want it to.
Yeah.
Because, like, there are other things he could do. Like, he could take her in as a mistress and just hide it. Like, there are things that he can do to be with Hua Er without having to do that. So I'm just trying to think of, like, either what would push him so far that it would happen. Oh, I know what could happen. It does involve adding a character. But what could happen is either, like, the prime minister could try and take over. Or, like I said, we could have, like, a brother-son try and take over. And, like, the father's killed by them. So then Jin Hai has to fight them. So that would work more in his favor. Because, like, he has to be the hero, kind of.
Yeah.
So I can't see him being, like, the bad guy in a way. So I think I'm going to ruminate on having a third person ooh, I could have it in some way. Like, I'm trying to figure out if this is I'm making things too complicated. What if the third person is also someone who loves Hua-Er or someone else? Like, maybe he loves the little sister, even though it's kind of creepy. And then, like, that's another motivation, like another layer. Or is that too complicated?
I don't think it's too complicated. I'm just wondering how... Like, I think not so much he's in love with the sister, but he wants the power, but he doesn't want Hua-Er. But he's like, if I take her sister, then I'd have the same power as having Hua-Er.
Yeah. Okay, I like that.
I'm just thinking about, like, that third person being, like, a member of the court in some way. That we've, like, let's say, has been a dominant character in when court has happened. But, like, they've never really been a named character. It's just, like, this character has shown up multiple times. Like, the idea of, like, a judge or, you know, like, a council member or something like that who's been, like, you know, that sneaky, slimy rat in the corner that everyone's like, man, I really don't like that guy, but he's always, like, slick and sly. And, you know, he kind of goes from having this attitude of, like, downtroddenness, of, like, you know, I'd say, like, worm tongue type, to, like, complete confidence, just because, like, oh, he's, like, enacting his plan now. And it's like you foreshadow his turn by his, like, going from being, like, you know, that sniveling, sneaky guy in the background to, like, a confident, like, front runner.
I just had, like, a brain inspiration.
Alright.
So, building on what you have, we're going back to when Hua-Er was, like, 4 or 5. Her stepmother has a lover. And the lover is the one who, like, sets up her kidnapping by instruction of the stepmother.
Okay.
And so the lover is this court guy, because, like, he's working in the palace. And I don't know what his position is right now, but, like, let's say right now he's, like, a low-ranking guy. And so she helps him build his career over the decade that Hua-Er is gone. And, like, they're still, you know, together. It might even be that some of the Duke's children are the other guy's children. And so he has motivation to get rid of Hua-Er. He has motivation from his lover to overthrow the current system, where he believes he will be king, but in reality, it's like the stepmother's father or brother or something from her tribe.
Mm-hmm. Because she's the one who wants to take over.
Yes, she's the one who wants to, like, help her family.
And he is just this tool that she's been using as, like, a pawn this entire time.
Yeah.
To build him up, build a loyal person up in court that would have the power to help her manipulate everything. I fucking love it.
Okay, I have to write this down. I have Swiss cheese from memory.
I will say the story is very bold, and I love it. It ain't no boring ass shit. We got some hefty stuff going on. I love the setting. I love the time period. I love the characters. I love the story. Like,
thank you.
It just the entire time, you know, all I'm thinking in my head.
What are you thinking?
Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Yeah, it's very similar.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh, so good. Dynasty Warriors and everything.
Yeah.
Cause it's literally like yeah, this is literally what I imagine the cast looking like.
Yeah.
Oh, so great. So that's like that like super vibes with me.
It's basically that genre, and it's like meant for people who like historical dramas, like Asian historical dramas, but who want like a darker theme.
Yeah.
Because Korean television and Chinese television,
you can't do
is
that
available
shit
on the internet at least. You can't get anything super super dark.
Yeah, like they wouldn't allow something like Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
So reaching into that's a like adding on top of everything, just like the base foundation for like the selling point of the book is completely solid in a medium that's not well saturated.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, jumping into like high fantasy, going against someone like Tolkien or Sanderson or something like that is like a little bit more hefty. That's why I'm relying on the hope of the Final Fantasy title to carry the story.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not too worried about sellability. This book in particular is basically for me.
Yeah. Well, that's how you should
If
write,
I-
right? That's at least that's what I think. You just write for yourself, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Because if you write for someone else, you're not going to enjoy the book, and if no one else does, then it's just a complete waste.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I would eventually like to make money from writing.
But
like,
everyone
this is,
knows
like,
writers are one step away from being homeless.
Yeah.
It's just one of those careers.
So I think I've got enough to go off for now.
Alright.
I really, really appreciate your help.
No worries.
I'll probably need help again another time.
For sure, just let me know
But-
whenever.
Yeah. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Not at all. Enjoy, because I'm guessing you're going to go back to writing. Or are you just going to take
No,
a
I'm
break?
gonna watch. I want to watch the video.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. We still got to do the react. All right. Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Let's do this.
Okay. Bye.
Alright, boy. All right. All right. I'm so glad that other people are sharing their ideas of stories, because I think it's kind of like annoying of me being the only one ever sharing my stories. I'm like, we need more worlds, you know? Beezus. You need to post some of your story, or are you still hiding? You still hiding in plain sight with your story? Because I'm like super excited to hear it. And is Callie here? Callie, are you here? Because we also have to read one of your chapters if you're here. Beezus should do a collab with you. Hell yeah, I'd be down for that. I just think Beezus is trying to keep his stuff secret. He wants like a surprise factor. Before we start this though, I gotta go grab a drink. We'll be right back. second here. I gotta set up some notes. Okay, there we go. This up. So this is storytelling myths the beginning writers keep falling for. Damn, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Sorry. Alright. Almost ready. Bought the like there, because I always forget to at the end. Alright.
In the next 14 minutes, I'm going to help you save your novel. Beginning writers often structure whole sections of their books based on these 9 myths, and it can really ruin their books. But if you watch this video, you will learn how to avoid these common mistakes. We're going to be talking about points like the danger of staying inside the circle of your novel, and also when digression is better than moving the plot forward. But let's get started with the very first myth, which is surprises are better.
All right. Surprise is better than suspense.
I think beginning writers tend to prioritize surprises because they're like, ooh, yay, surprises are fun. Like, who doesn't like a surprise in a novel? But on the whole, I think they tend to give less attention to the technique of suspense. But I really think suspense is kind of the bread and butter of writers. Surprises are like a boom, and then it's over, while suspense you can extend for large portions of the novel. And the perfect example of this is Alfred Hitchcock. He had an idea called the bomb theory. Surprise is when you have a bunch of people sitting around a table, and all of a sudden, a bomb goes off. And yes, of course, the reader or the viewer is going to be shocked. Suspense is when you have those same people sitting around a table, but now you tell the reader or the viewer that there's a bomb underneath the table. There's certainly no mystery, but everyone is wondering, when is that bomb going to go off? Hitchcock believed that audiences are more engaged when you tell them what's going to happen, and that allows for a longer period of suspense. Now, myth number 2 is a twist I'm not sure you've heard before. It is extrapolating Chekhov's gun.
Well, shit. Extrapolating Chekhov's gun principles to the whole story. That would be the Emerald Weapon.
Principles to the whole story. Chekhov's gun says that if you show a gun on the mantelpiece, that gun must go off by the 3rd act. But I think writers have taken that principle, which is a good one, but they've extrapolated it out to a whole general storytelling principle. Anything you show in your story should have an impact later on. Well, I mean, there are limitations and downsides to that sort of writing idea. It's quite often good to have moments of existence that don't neatly fit into the plot or neatly fit into
Moments of mundane.
atmospheric stuff, or stuff that builds the theme, or yes, just the texture of life. I think what that does is it helps the universe of your book to feel real and authentic rather than contrived and artificial.
And that's actually where, like, the Viceroy plays a huge role at the beginning of, like, setting the world, because he's the unknown character. He basically knows nothing about the world, so he's super intrigued by it, because he's heard things, but he's never seen things.
There's this Canadian writer named Guy Gabriel Kay, and he said that you want to show the reader that the world of your novel exists outside your characters and your plot, that there is a broader world out there. And so maybe you do want to show a completely random traffic accident that doesn't actually figure into the plot in some way. Or maybe you do want to show a fight between strangers in the supermarket just because it makes the world feel real. And for those of you who need more help with plotting, in my novel course in BookBox Academy, I have videos like The 7 Elements of a Bestseller, which includes some very
helpful... And that's like where plays come in as well, because plays come in as a huge point of not just exposition world building, but also an element of community, tradition, evolution, self, and, like, expression. And it can all, not just plays either, but, like, poems, songs, dances, just the entertainment factor inside of the tree and how it's spread outside of the tree, and how you can take those down moments like Whose Sides Fall and raise him up through this magnificent story that's being told. And that's where it's like, I like the idea of stories within stories within stories within stories. And the deeper you look, the more stories that you find.
PDFs, and then also videos like 5 storytelling guide ropes, which just helps you along the journey of getting that overall plot down. Now, this third myth is probably the most important myth in this entire video, and it is the story happens.
The story happens before the secret is revealed.
Before the secret is revealed. A lot of beginning writers, I think, have this assumption that all of the story, or at least say 90% of the story, should happen before that big secret is revealed in the climactic moment. But the truth is that a lot of the oomph of a story can come after a secret is revealed, because we get to see how all these characters react to the aftermath. Now, Leanne Moriarty wrote a wonderful book called Big Little Lies, and it was turned into a series, and we're actually going to talk about the series for this example. So at the beginning of the show, there are 2 mysteries. We know somebody has died, but we don't know who, and we know someone has killed him, but we don't know who. And then at the end of the first season, we learn the answer to both of those mysteries, and spoiler alert, it was the abusive husband who was killed, and it was one of the women who pushed him down a flight of stairs. And then there is a second season. And so you no longer have that mystery powering the plot, because all the viewers know what the mystery is. Instead, we are attracted...
I guess that's actually very true, because we reveal the mystery at the first quarter. Between the attack on Garuda, the exile of the adventurers, the death of Zaid, and the reveal of the monarch, all happens at the quarter mark of the book. And it's like, we still have more secrets to reveal, but that's like, we've revealed the big bad and why the big bad is the way it is, and we've revealed why Fafnir is attacking and why the Beastmen are so adamant to be against the monarch. Even though the tree seems like such a paradise, it's because of what the tree was built on. The death of a god.
Seeing how these characters deal with the aftermath. Now that the cat is out of the bag, they're dealing with the psychological after effects of abuse. They are dealing with police officers investigating the crime. And it's a great example to show you that a story doesn't end when a secret is revealed. It opens up so many more possibilities for where you can take your story. Now, if you are writing a typical genre novel, then yes, most of those do end when the mystery is revealed. But for all of you people out there who are writing in different genres, use a secret, say, in the middle of a book, and then explore what happens once that secret is out. Now, this fourth myth is a doozy. It is narrative efficiency.
Narrative efficiency. efficiency is always better than digression.
Efficiency is always better than digression. I've actually spoken about this a number of times on this channel, talking about the Moby Dick chapters, where it's all about like the size of whale heads, and also in Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash, all those chapters about the Sumerian language and the history of it. But recently I was reading Murakami's Wind Up Bird Chronicle, and there are all these chapters of backstories of super minor characters, and the reader's wondering, why are we getting all of this? Now, usually I come down on the side of like, be wary of gigantic digressions. For every one reader that's like super interested in that, there's gonna be 10 readers who are gonna put the book away and be like, you lost me. I'm not saying never do it, I'm saying be wary of it. But let me add a caveat. Small digressions are absolutely wonderful, and really they're essential for your book. Let's look at The Reluctant Fundamentalist by Mosen.
And again, that's where plays, dances, and other things like that, like imaginative, like the characters doing like a brainstorming session while they're walking their chocobos to, you know, create a new play, or like they're watching a fight and some sort of monster does a move and it's like, oh, this inspires me for like a new dance move or something like that. Taking an event, pulling it into a character, using that character's mind to create and draw their own conclusions from it and apply that to another aspect of the book, just to show how characters think and, you know, what they pay attention to and stuff like that.
This is a book about terrorism and about radicalization after 9/11.
Also, like, backstory with, like, religion, how there's no writing and history, the old world and everything like that, the conflict between the beastmen, the structure of the tree, like, it can all be worked in small ways that don't feel like complete chapter exposition dumps. Like, there's a little piece of it in each chapter. Like, the first chapter, 100-Year Quest. Okay, now we know about, like, dungeons and adventurers. Chapter 2, okay, well, now we know about the political landscape. Chapter 3, okay, well, we know there's, like, we know about magic and, like, the soulscape and everything like that. And then Chapter 4, you learn about, oh, well, here's all the beastmen outside of the tree and everything like that. Or actually, that would be Ifrit and everyone about outside of the tree. Walker, Yap, and Hildebrandt, and Fafnir. And then the Beastmen. So it's like each chapter is introducing a new aspect until we get to the actual fight at Garuda. And then the fall of everything.
But there is a scene where they're in New York and they just see fireflies. And they're wondering whether this firefly can survive in a big city. It doesn't really have anything to do with the plot, but it's just this nice pause, this nice digression where they watch fireflies. Now you could say, oh, that's a thematic element because they're feeling like they are the fireflies and wondering whether they can survive in a big city. Yes, but my point is, like, it's not plot-based. It's just a nice little breather. So listen, in your novel, remember to take breaths. Sometimes when I read a very popular commercial novel, something like, you know, James Patterson novel or something, I feel suffocated by just this relentless pace. And, you know, I'm begging them, like, please just take a paragraph and do something other than plot, anything other than plot. So yes, in your book, please use digressions. Just understand that the longer it is, the higher the chance that you're going to lose readers. Now, this fifth myth is one that I see really often as an editor. It is the payoff should
come quickly after the setup. Well, it depends.
Come quickly after the setup. So what I see in a lot of unpublished manuscripts is the writers will come up with a great setup and then they will solve that problem or give the payoff in like the next chapter or by, say, the end of that chapter. And I'm like, oh, you were doing so well, but then you just resolve that problem a little bit too quickly. If you just waited 3 chapters or waited 6 chapters or waited till the end of the book to resolve that problem, it would have kept a lot more tension in the book and been much more pleasurable for the reader. Delay the payoff, delay the solution, keep things unresolved. And for an example of this, have you guys heard of the brick joke? Now, the brick joke is just a writing technique that teaches us how to keep distance between the setup and the payoff. Now, it's called the brick joke because imagine someone throwing a brick up into the air, which is basically like telling the premise of the joke. And then you keep on telling the storyline, and then later on, that brick will finally come down, which is, revealing the punchline, say. A great example of this is from Seinfeld, the episode The Marine Biologist. At the beginning, just for fun, Kramer is hitting a whole bunch of golf balls into the ocean. That's the setup. And then at the very end of the episode, George has pretended he's a marine biologist, so he is forced to go into the ocean and try to save a whale. And he reveals that what was obstructing the whale's blowhole was, a golf ball. Now, the brick joke doesn't only apply to jokes, it really applies to every single part of your narrative structure. You just want that payoff to be as far as possible from that setup. Now, the sixth myth is a very tricky one. It's tough to avoid. It is, and then is good enough. A lot of authors...
And then is good enough.
end up getting stuck in this storytelling rut. They're just going along with their story saying, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. And they're really being a slave to chronology. But the reader starts to get bored because there's just this repetitive sequence of events and there's not any variety to it. And then storytelling, you know what it resembles? It resembles the 5-paragraph essay. Were any of you tortured by that in high school? Now, I actually taught college for a decade, and a lot of what I did was try to train writers away from writing the 5-paragraph essay, which is basically first main point and this main point and this main point, and try to train them towards a more sophisticated manner of essay. Listen, you shouldn't be writing a 5-paragraph story. They're just not very entertaining, like most 5-paragraph essays. A good story uses different connecting words rather than just and then. What you need are some good therefores in there. Cause and effect. This event caused this next event. E.M. Forster said an actual plot is because the king died, therefore the queen died of grief. A terrible story is the king died and then the queen died. That's a sequence, but it's not a story. Or think about a transition word like a but, right? This is sort of contrast logic in your story. You completely swing the events and come at it from a new angle. Or think about a word like previously, where you go into the backstory of the character, or you go into the backstory of the mom or dad or grandpa or grandma. Now, the seventh myth is one that I mentioned at the very beginning of the video. It is staying within the circle of the story. I think a lot of writers get stuck on their plot because they're working with all these characters and the setup that they have, and then they just write themselves into a rut. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes you need to throw a grenade from outside your circle story to stir things up. You guys know Raymond Chandler, one of the greatest detective novelists who has ever lived, and he came up with something called Chandler's Law. When you are stuck in your plot, have a man come through the door with a gun. What is he really saying? He's saying, look, if you're stuck, introduce a catalyst to propel the action forward. If you have done everything you can with those characters inside your hermetically sealed circle of your story, then you have to introduce something from the outside to shake it up a little bit. Now, if you're not writing a detective story, maybe it's not a guy with a gun, but maybe it's an out-of-state relative who suddenly, surprisingly, shows up. Or have some sort of natural disaster occur, like an earthquake or a tornado or something. Maybe there's some sort of accidental physical injury, like a bone that gets broken for one of your characters, or maybe a character is pregnant and their water breaks. Now, this next myth is actually one that I personally struggle with a lot. It is number 8, originality is the highest goal. And I get it. You want your book to be different than everything else out there, right? You don't want it to seem like a knockoff. And to an extent, originality is definitely a good thing. The trouble comes when you've made something so original that it doesn't have a place in the market, or people can't figure out what it is, or they can't understand it. So I think the best advice is to use basic tropes, but then just make them your own. I think an example of how to do this is The Martian by Andy Weir. It's following a very time-worn storytelling structure. It's a person stranded in a hostile environment. I mean, think about everything from Robinson.
Yeah, mine's pretty basic too. It's like the idea of your what you thought was your home is no longer your home. What you thought was the world is much larger than you ever could have thought it was, and those around you are not the people that they seem to be.
Robinson Crusoe to Lost to Castaway. But Weir takes that storytelling concept and then he definitely makes it his own. We see a lot of scientific authenticity as Mark Watney solves problem after problem after problem. We also get to experience Mark's funny voice. You wouldn't expect this novel would be funny, but it is. And by adding in the efforts of Earth to try to go rescue him, we also get this global perspective rather than just being isolated with this one guy on this desert island of Mars. So don't get stuck in the originality trap. Try to make something that feels fresh, but build it on top of a steady structure. And the very last myth that some writers fall prey to is number 9, showing is always better than telling. Now don't get me wrong, scenes are wonderful. Showing is wonderful, dramatic action. I'm in for that, come on. But there's also a real danger with showing. And the danger is you'll pile up all these scenes, scene after scene after scene, and you'll end up bloating your novel. And so it turns into a 140,000 word novel rather than something a little tidier like 90 or 100,000 words. It is absolutely essential for writers to understand when to skip a whole scene that dramatizes something and just use a line or two that tells us what happened or tells us who that character is. I think there's an excellent case to be made that John le Carré is the best spy novelist of the last century. Fight with me in the comments if you disagree, but he has this book called Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. I don't think it's his best novel. It's probably Spy Who Came In From the Cold is better, but in the very first 2 pages of this novel, he uses telling at least in 5 different ways that I saw. 1, he introduces a character, and he doesn't show how this kid is dull and deficient. He just tells us, hey, this kid's a little dull. And 2, telling is a good way to get the plot started. He just says, oh, if so-and-so hadn't died, then Jim would have never come to this new school. 3, sometimes you need telling to make time pass. Le Carré just says like, oh, 5 years had passed. A 4th great way to use telling is just to characterize a place, in this case, a school. He says, here's a place where the afternoons are tranquil. He does not show that tranquility, he just tells us. A 5th great way to use telling is just history of events. There's a mystery about why there's this big hole in the grounds of this school, and he just tells us, look, they were raising money to finance a pool, but it never got finished. If Le Carré had tried to use showing instead of telling in those first 2 pages, it would have expanded out to probably 10 or 15 pages easily. He wanted a faster pace, he knew he had to start the novel quickly, and so he used telling to get the ball rolling. Hey, don't forget to check out Book Fox Academy, link is in the description, and I hope that learning more about these myths helps you with your novel.
True, thank you, good sir. So another one down, boys. Go give him a like, give him a view, give him a subscribe. We got ourselves a good Book Fox. We're going to eventually run out of videos, though. I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, man, we only got like 10 more videos, and we're going to be like completely out of videos, and then we got to move on to someone else. We'll probably go back to Hello Future Me and do that in a bit here, but we'll see. So, I'm guessing no one has anything, and Callie doesn't seem to be here, so I don't want to read his chapter if he's not here. So we'll just take this. We can carry on with Frost and the Flame. And I'm not sure, did I comment on this one? No, I didn't. What about this one? Right. Okay. Just trying to remember. Ooh. right. Bok Jo-sung, Year of the Tiger, 19th winter. People pray for spring. I do too. But with each beat of my art, more snow seems to fall. Reflections of King Yi Huan. The snow had not ceased since the day Yi Huan was born. Even now, with the crown resting on his head and the weight of the world upon his shoulders, winter persisted like a wound that would not close. The palace seemed cloaked in a sacred and cruel silence, broken only by the soft creak of ice on the roof tiles. Yi Huan walked at first light through the eastern wing, the wing where no one lived anymore, except her. Queen Dowager Guanghua had not left her chambers in nearly 2 years. Secluded by her own will, the late king's mother had become a ghostly figure, whispered about with reverence, forgotten in practice. No one dared meet her gaze. Behind Yi Huan, moving like a long, patient shadow, walked the Grand Counselor Yun De-Chang. He did not speak. He did not need to. The echo of his steps across the stone floor marked the rhythm of royal intent. The threshold guard lowered his head and opened the doors without announcement. The chamber was cold, though braziers glowed. The warmth barely stirred beyond suspended breath. At the far end of the room, behind heavy brocade curtains, she sat, curved in a chair of black wood, wrapped in embroidered silks, her graying hair neatly pinned but without any royal ornaments. Her eyes glimmered like crystals wet with frost. When Yi Huan bowed, she did not bid him closer. The child who stole spring has arrived. Queen Dowager Guanghua's voice was brittle like old paper, yet still laced with acid and resentment. Yi Huan did not answer at once. His face bore the same expression he wore in council, the same with which he endured knives disguised as words. Only the eye beneath his patch burned, unseen. I come as king, but also as your grandson. Grandson? The Dowager gave a dry laugh, which crumpled into a long, painful cough. My son died watching the world buried in snow, and his heir was the omen of that death. And I thought, a child of royal blood with a soulless eye, how do you bless a cursed line? Just finished up writing some more. What'd I miss? The react, maybe, Beezus, but that's about it. Just writing myths, you know. Things that, like, literally, like, the idea, like, rules that you should break, people tell you, you know. Like, don't show and tell, but sometimes you should tell, you know. So, I think it was more, he has another one on rule breaking, like, these are rules, break these. I think this myth one came from that one. So we'll probably be watching that one tomorrow. Other than that, we are reading the, this story that I found on, Royal Road, called Frost and the Flame. And it's like this prince was born, and because he's cursed, he basically brings winter, and the entire world is covered in winter. And it's been 19 years of winter, and everyone hates him because they, like, they don't know, but they believe that he's, like, the reason for it. Which they're right about, but no one actually knows. You not come here for your blessing, baby mama. Then what do you want from an old woman whom winter forced into exile? She spat, breathless. Compassion, pride, came to greet you, to hear that you might soon step out of this prison. Sharp silence fell, like snow over a freshly cut field. Yonghua slowly lifted her gaze. Her hands trembled in her lap. I'm sorry to say, Jianhe, that I wait only for death, she said, her voice roughened by age and tears. But I still beg you, for the soul of my son, for the people of this nation, for the buds that never bloomed in my garden, end the curse, bring back the spring. Yi Huan bowed his head. And what if the price of spring is my life? Then may heaven forgive me, but you must die a king, she answered without hesitation. Those words hung in the air, cold, cruel, final. Yi Huan drew a deep breath, then he took a step back. It was only at that moment that he felt his grandmother's gaze upon him. Yun De-Chang had not moved throughout the meeting, but he had watched him, as if every gesture, every word, every breath were a trial in itself. Upon leaving, Yi Huan said nothing. He merely closed the door behind him. Ceremonial slowness. Inside, the Queen Dowager shut her eyes and allowed her single tear to slip down her cheek. In her mind, the cherry blossoms of her youth bloomed beneath a sky that no longer existed. Deep down, though she would never say it aloud, she hated the winter. Yeah, just kill the prince. If you want to check out the story, go give him some love over there. Very interesting story. Thoroughly enjoyed it so far. We're on like chapter 15 or something like that now. But hey, it's the moment everyone's been waiting for, right? Alright. Actually agree with what Callie said on Discord though. Making an X group for writers would get a bunch of exposure for all of us. Wait, you mean making our own... Is that what he meant? I wasn't sure what he meant when he said that. He meant a community? Oh, because he was talking about Blue Sky. How do you make communities? Can we do that? I can't. Unlock communities with X Premium. Someone who has X Premium wants to make one. I think you have to pay, but I'd be willing to fund it. It looks like you just have to have X Premium. So if someone has and wants to make a community, absolutely feel free, guys. I mean, I'm part of a few writing communities. I've got the Writing Room and Books and Beyond Fiction. But again, I don't really post in here. But having our own community, hell yeah. Sounds like a good time. But yeah, I don't have like a ton of features because I don't pay for Twitter. Because fuck that. I don't pay subscriptions. I'll pay like $5 one time, but I ain't paying no subscription. We already did a thing on that, and it's, do you know how much money? That's $4,000, guys. $4,000. I'm not paying $4,000 for Grok. Or for Twitter. Fuck that. Because the assumption is once you have it, you're not going to unhave it, and you're going to have it for like 50 years. So you're going to spend a fuck ton of money on it, which is about $4,000. So you have an X account for most of your life, you're going to spend about $4,000 to $6,000 on it. That's just one subscription that people say is cheap. Ugh. That's how they get you guys. Why do you think they're so rich? But anyways, so this is a very controversial thing, guys. So, when you think sexualized male and sexualized female, what are your innate responses to each of those? Hot. True, Beezus. But I mean from more of a social standpoint. Like, oh, you're allowed to sexualize men, but you're not allowed to sexualize women. Okay. How do I say this? Modern society, there's a rift between the treatment of men and women in this. Could we analyze how the public views sexualization of men versus sexualization of women? Compare this to how it was viewed 30 years ago. Society sexualizes women in normal life on an everyday basis, and you notice more often when women are treated as a "this woman is strong" thing in media, because there's always a small demographic that calls it woke. I was thinking that's an interesting answer, Beezus, because it's a completely different direction from what I was thinking. I was just thinking in the specific ways that it's done. Like, how women are sexualized over their, how do you say this? Like, you know, their boobs and their hips, basically, right? Like the idea of like the how sexualized over how compatible to childbearing are they? I.e., hips and tits and an essence of beauty to progress species. And for men, it's muscular, built, strong, all physical protection features for women. So on this premise of sexualizing and idealizing features of the species that ensure a stronger, prettier offspring is a mostly vestigial biological call. Let's see. In modern society, there's a rift between the treatment of men and women. In this week, we analyze how the public views the sexualization of men versus the sexualization of women. Compare this to how it was viewed 30 years ago, looking at how women are sexualized over how compatible to childbearing they are, i.e. the hips and the tits, and the essence of beauty to progress the species. And for men, it's muscular, built, strong, all physical protection features for women. So in this premise of sexualizing and idealizing features of the species that ensure a stronger, prettier offspring, it's mostly vestigial biological call. Does continuing this trend enhance the species? Could the removal of this system cause a detriment to the species over time? Comparison of instead of, let's say, idiocracy in the uglarchy? It'd be an uglarchy? Like a combination of ugly and monarchy. Alright, let's see what he says about this. It's a hell of a question, right? Well, just kind of developing it as I'm thinking about it and the reasons why and things like that. It's like, most people think these things are bad, but in reality, when you look down deeper, there is not only a real reason for it, but yeah. So we need to create, instead of idiocracy now, we need to create uglarchy. I should write that story where it's literally just like all of the people in power are just the most like ugly, like kind of almost deformed, inbred, like fucked up characters. And because of that, like, in order to make themselves like feel better, it's like a society that's super like idealizes like ugliness instead of beauty. I think I broke it though. Okay, I'm just gonna go to a new. Whoops. Let's try this again. Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh. It doesn't like me asking these questions. Either that or it's just taking its sweet time. But it's like, it's grokking? Is it grokking? Are you grokking, bro? Do we gotta pull out Chat GPT and have a competition here between Chat GPT and Grok? Oh, damn. Grok's getting outdone, boys! Shit. Well, hey, maybe we gotta move on to ChatGPT. Maybe Grok's old news, guys. Maybe Elon's not the savior we thought he was. ChatGPT is honestly not comparable to any other AI models right now. That's what I've been told. Even the free feature. Yeah, usually Grok thinks for like 2 minutes. Alright. Here's an in-depth look at how men and women are sexualized today versus 30 years ago, what drives those patterns from an evolutionary standpoint, and what might happen if we attempted to erase them entirely. Historical snapshot. Sexualization circa 1995. Women. Focus on childbearing cues in the mid-1990s. Popular media and advertising. Women were overwhelmingly presented as objects whose value lay in fertility, related traits, full breasts, narrow waists, and wide hips, the so-called hourglass figure. ChatGPT only thinks for a super long time if you do deep research, but it's nutty how much information you get. But you only get like 10 of those a week, I believe. I see. Yeah, you get 5 thinks on Grok a day. Objectification. Academic feminist theory was already warning that women were being reduced to body parts rather than whole persons, fueling self-objectification and body anxiety. Men. Strength and protection. Men appeared in ads and film as muscular, broad-shouldered protectors. The ideal man was one who could physically guard women and guarantee offspring survival. Emotional restraint. Even as their bodies were on display, men were permitted little emotional vulnerability, emphasizing a stoic, guarded masculinity rather than full personhood. Today's landscape. Sexualization in 2025. Women. Diversification of ideals. Social media has broadened beauty norms somewhat. Curvier, athletic, and even plus-size figures now appear in campaigns, but the underlying message remains: your worth is your appearance. Filters and retouching still push unattainable perfection. Empowerment versus exploitation. Many women reclaim sexual imagery as empowerment, yet the same images often feed a multi-billion-dollar beauty industry that profits from insecurities. Never thought about that angle, with like makeup and stuff like that. Men, muscular, what models of GPT do you get access to with the free version? Great for everyday tasks. No idea. Men, muscularity intensified. The bar for male fitness benchmarks has risen sharply. Six-packs, V-shaped torsos, and low body fat percentages are now the norm on men's fashion runways and Instagram feeds. Growing objectification. While less studied than women's, men's bodies are increasingly treated as objects of desire, seen in the rise of manscaping products and even male ripped calendars, in parallel with a slow cultural shift toward acknowledging male body image issues. So, you're telling me in the last 30 years, women have been less objectified and men have become more objectified. Sounds about right. An evolutionary lens on sexualization. At root, our brains evolved to spot cues of reproductive fitness. Women's cues, fertility indicators, wide hips, easy childbirth, full breasts, signal of sexual maturity and nursing capability. Men's cues, protection and resource ability, musculature, high ability to hunt, defend, gather, height and strength, dominance and status. These preferences are vestigial in that they once conferred real survival advantages, but today's environments of divorced body type from parenting skill, economic provision, or health. If we remove sexualization, potential benefits: reduced body image, pathology. Less narrow ideals could ease pressures that contribute to eating disorders and depression in all genders. Broader social roles. Freed from fixed gendered expectations, people might pursue careers and personal lives more aligned with their true aptitudes. Potential downsides: loss of mate selection shortcuts. If appearance cues were entirely dismissed, humans would need to invest more time in assessing compatibility, health, and cooperative potential, lengthening courtship and perhaps reducing mating efficiency. Cultural vacuum. Sexuality imagery drives media, art, and even economies, fashion, beauty, fitness industries. Sudden shift could upset sectors built around those industries. Uglarchy versus idiocracy. Removing any emphasis on appearance might lead to uglarchy. A society where aesthetic traits no longer influence status or mate choice. Whether that's liberating or harmful depends on how quickly social systems adapt to value their traits, intellect, kindness, creativity in their stead. While modern sexualization still hews closely to ancient evolutionary signs, fertility in women, strength in men, our increasing awareness of the harm these narrow ideals cause has led many to push back. Fully excising appearance-based performances could alleviate psychological distress, but would also strip away the quick heuristics humans evolved to find mates. In practice, a healthier path may lie in widening the spectrum of what we find beautiful, celebrating diverse bodies and decoupling value from mere physical appearance rather than attempting to turn off our evolutionary wiring. Meeting in the middle. A healthy weight is a beautiful body. That sounds like a way to go. A world where you're not a hog ass 600 pound, but you ain't no 110. Either. Standardization of beauty in our day and age says 7 out of 10. That's not worth my time. Only 8 plus. So my stream was 28 minutes. What the hell happened, Muffin? You've been gone longer than that, and you said you were streaming. So did you just think you were streaming this entire time? What happened? How much ad revenue you pull in? You probably made $1,000, Beezus. Your dad came in and turned off the stream? Man, you're getting cock-blocked by your dad, bro. That sucks. Your brother? Damn, man. Don't they know you're trying to pop off? Don't they know how much effort you're putting into becoming the #1? I wish I was single. Oh, man. Living alone is, it's an interesting time. Boom. Now this is going to go into a completely different direction from here. Broadly speaking, what you're describing is a narrowing of attractiveness thresholds. The more people fall into the mutually acceptable range of partners. In theory, that could reduce the crushing disappointment of asymmetrical dating markets. I'm a 5, so why would an 8+ ever date me? I'm gonna go talk to AI because there's no one that's not exclusively annoying at times. Excessively annoying at times. You're so lucky, Muffin, you can just go talk to AI, man. We were fucked when we were kids. Just talk to yourself. More pair bond formation. When both sides share similar standards, more people end up with a dating pool instead of feeling shut out. Greater pairing means all else equal. More potential couples could choose to have kids. Reduced hypergamy pressure. If most people aim only for the very top, 8-10, the middle and lower tiers are effectively excluded. Live in the present, not the past. Live in the present? True. Just saying, you guys are lucky, so you better, you know, what's the word? Like, don't take it for granted. Standardizing modest expectations, say everyone aim for a 6 to 7, lets more people exceed at forming stable relationships. Just means I'm more introverted than you. I mean, I don't know if that's possible, Muffin. I don't. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't leave my fucking house. I wouldn't leave my fucking room. Boost birth rates, in theory. Demographers often link fertility most strongly to the percentage of adults in stable unions. Standardizing attractiveness increases the share of partnered adults. You'd expect some uptick in births. However, in developed societies, fertility is also driven by economic security. Childcare costs, work-family balance, cultural norms around when and whether to have children. Why it probably won't be a silver bullet. Economic and industrial barriers. I just have to. I wouldn't if I could. Same, Muffin. World sucks. Fuck the world. Internet's where it's at. There's only real people on the internet. Why it probably won't be a silver bullet. Economic and institutional barriers. Even happier paired couples postpone or forego kids because of housing costs, job demands, lack of parental leave, expensive childcare. Shifting personal priorities. In many places, younger adults value career, travel, self-actualization, and may simply opt for fewer or no children regardless of who they date. Cultural narratives. Media messaging around having it all can paradoxically discourage early or larger families. A more holistic approach. To generally stabilize or raise birth rates, you'd likely need a two-pronged strategy. Social cultural shift in mating norms. Encourage realistic self-appraisal and mutual respect in the dating market. De-emphasize trophy partner mindsets in favor of compatibility, shared values, and partnership. Pro-family politics. Subsidized childcare, generous potential parental leave, affordable housing, flexible work, financial incentives, tax credits, child allowances that make raising kids less a sacrifice. You ever get jealous of your imagination, like you're thinking of the exact life you want but can't have? No, Muffin, because I imagine that I'm the person that created this life for myself, and there's a reason that I am living this life, and unless the reason of living this life is to turn away from life itself, then I should probably pick myself up and do something. But then you'd think it would be, like, I don't consider weed because I didn't start smoking weed of my own volition. My parents got me to start smoking weed. I never wanted to do drugs. I said I was high on life. Then my parents gave me weed and I was like, well, fuck it, I've already done it. It is what it is. Yup. 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 But that's life, right? So, use the hand that you're dealt. Don't curse the hand that you're dealt. I think you chose to this life and you planned everything out like a fucking movie. And when you die, you'll know why. And then you'll do it all over again. And that will build your overall spirit and ego and character. And that's why some people are super complex and super people are super shallow. Because you could be a 100-year soul or you could be a 1-year soul. So don't treat people as in the age that they appear in real life. Treat them as if the age that their soul presents to you. Like, I consider myself an old soul in the sense that I'm like 60 or 70th life soul, right? Okay, I go drown my sorrows. If I'm not back, fuck you. Fuck you, Muffin. Have a good night, good sir. Take care. Enjoy your conversation. Pro-family policies. Subsidized childcare. Okay, we already read that. Bottom line. Standardizing beauty expectations to a moderate, healthy zone could very well reduce dating market friction to help more people pair off. But without meaningful policy changes and cultural support for families, its impact on actual birth rates will be limited. In short, it's a useful piece to the puzzle, but not the whole solution. Damn, okay, it did bring up everything that I wanted it to. Damn, it thought for 5 minutes? Yeah, he's gonna drown his sorrows by talking to AI. Like every mature man should do. Because if you tell a woman your feelings, they get the ick. So it's way better off to just talk to AI because they won't get the ick. And then you can fully express yourself. And no one will think you're weird. Yeah, I won't think you're weird. They won't judge you. You know? It makes complete sense. I completely understand. That's a depressing worldview. It is, Beezus, but I think it's also true. Sadly. Because people are such judgmental pieces of shit, even though they probably feel the same way. It's just a cultural norm to not. You know? Whereas, I guess we're shifting more towards that with, like, LGBT. I mean, not in my experiences. Shifting more towards, like, you know... how do you say this? I guess if you're just a furry, it's like, oh, okay, it's becoming more and more. It's like, you know, look at 10 years ago and look at now, and look how society has, like, kind of shifted its view towards furries. Now take that and put that expectation towards like acceptance of AI. Yo, Raymond, how's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. Because it's like, you know, you slowly build up, like interaction with people over time. You slowly build up what acceptance of AI is hard, because the reality is it will eventually take over most creative fields. That's why you have to embrace AI and use AI. Because if you don't use AI, you're gonna fall behind. That's why I use AI. humans will only go hand in hand with it for about 50 years until people are shoved out completely. I think there'll always be a use case though, Beezus. I mean, fair enough. Look at I don't know if you think it's the same, but like think of like artists and photography. What reason would people be used when they're less effective? I would say look at, like, painting and art. Because we're talking specifically on a creative level, right? So think about this. When cameras were created and pictures were created, did people stop doing pen and paper and ink and painting? And when the digital art came along, did people stop using photography? I don't know if you would consider it, but I think that's like the root. Now think about the amount of people is way significantly less. Like the amount of people that paint and draw versus the amount of people that do photography. Throwing a cog in the machine that has to manually move itself is more likely to slow down a process than all of them moving in unison. But I just think on the human level of like creativity, like I think AI will take over everything except creativity. I think creativity humans will always be hand in hand with AI on the creativity level because people want a human experience. Does that make sense? Maybe only a small percentage of them, but people will still want it. So I don't think it'll completely disappear. Because efficiency, the ultimate goal is to make a fully comparable thinking being to a human with vastly superior database of knowledge. Yes, Beezus, but even if it can't feel emotions to be creative, it can probably easily mimic it in the future. Yes, but people will be looking for more human sources. Like, it won't be much, but they will be there. Because they will be the ones that are creating them themselves as well. So it'll be more like a small community of creators that are facilitated by AI, but is not entirely AI. AI is shown to be good at writing slop, not good at writing something. Well, Raymond Dow, we're talking 200 years in the future. Like 200, 300, 400 years in the future. I think even then there will even be the smallest niche that people strive. I mean, I agree, but that's only because it's a terrible context window currently. I give millions. Can't be. I would love if you were right, honestly. I just think people are stubborn and people will want to create their own things, and they will realize that the only way that they get other people to look at their own things through creating is getting other people to create their own things. And it's like creating an economy of shit. Where it's like everyone knows it's shit and it's presented as shit instead of shit that's being presented as a polished turd. And there is a level of authenticity to that that drives people. Mainly creative people themselves in a stubborn way. But that's just my opinion. But it's a very interesting thought process and a very interesting like line of theory. What would happen at that point? Not if the dudes making the AI are the ones feeding them the data of what's good. If the humans feeding it have shit taste, the AI will learn to have shit taste. No, Raymond Dow, we're talking humans aren't involved in the way because humans, it's just AI teaching AI. AI is so advanced that it creates an AI stronger than itself that teaches and builds the next AI that's even stronger than itself, and it just keeps like procreating itself into a better version of itself. And at some point in time, like even within the next 50 years, sure, but it will eventually consume every piece of information on the internet, see how well it's received, and then use that context to know what people like and dislike. Exactly. And then it can literally manipulate everyone into seeing what it is. But I think there will still be exclusive searches for things that are genuine. And I think that will be, Beezus, the last bastion of true social interaction. Because at that point, AI will be so profoundly strong that, look at me, I'm an AI, right? So imagine AI in 50 years from now if I'm an AI. I feel like that would turn into inbreeding. I'm sure there might be, but how would people know if they're lying about using AI? Oh, I'm talking Beezus people. Like, it would be to a point where the only way you could even verify the other person was real was to meet them in real life. Like, not even evolution works on it. Always getting better at type progress. It's true, Raymond Dow, but it's evolution. Like, we're talking, it will improve itself every nanosecond. Every single nanosecond, it will be improving itself. It will be improving itself so phenomenally fast that we won't see the setbacks. Do you know what I mean? Because it'll just happen so fucking fast. AI robots will be indistinguishable from human in the future too, probably. You're actually right, Beezus. You wouldn't meeting them in person wouldn't even mean anything either. Damn, you just blew my mind. There would be no way to verify. You would just have to not care. So I think that, yeah, again, the only people that would be seeking a longing for that are the ones who want to create things themselves. The word is improves. Like, if that's what it's gonna do, like, what if the AI literally fucks up, starts de-evolving? It will eventually do that. And then it will eventually improve yet again. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that kind of thing will happen so fast, Raymond Dow, you won't even notice. Like, a second of it devolving is like 1,000,000 years. So, at some point, it will correct itself. There can be a colossal error, not even speed will save it. Sepid would make it worse. Speed would make it worse. I just, Raymond Dow, I just don't, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, there's the possibility. But it's like... I doubt it wouldn't have the capability to improve itself back again with infinite information. Yeah, like, I think it'd just be able to fix itself after a certain amount of time. In some way, shape, or form. Like, I just don't imagine it just all of a sudden, does it have infinite... Well, it has access to everything that's on the internet, and it is pretty much making everything that's on the internet. So, any information that we have, to be fair... Yeah, so it basically knows all of human knowledge, and is connected to all of human knowledge. The internet is big, not infinite. Yeah, it's an exaggeration, but it still works. Blessed! Yo, how's it going, bro? Not much, man. We are just discussing AI, and could AI ever get to a point where human creativity is simply so invalid that no one ever creates anything? Think any number, big as you can. It's closer to 0 than to an infinite. Are you sure about that?
$675 quinquevigentillion 893 quaduorvigentillion 675 tresvigentillion 903
You always have a welcoming greeting. Well, thank you, Blessed. I try to greet everyone.
876
Coming into the stream, having a good time, fucking around, talking about fucked up shit. Always good to see someone else.
735 quaduordicillion 896 tridicillion 739 duodicillion.
Anytime I can get a Vigentillion in there, I will. But yeah, it's true, Beezus. Even infinite is closer to 0 than infinite. But Google is actually a number, kinda. I think it's the original. A Google is 1 with 100 zeros. And a Googleplex is 1 with 100 zeros to the power of 1 with 100 zeros, which is way, way, way more than the individual particles and atoms that are in the observable universe. So Googleplex is a number so large that it would never ever need to be used for anything, because it outscales the entire universe. Sure enough, but that's just semantics. Yeah, and I like to be hyperbolic, so I agree with you, Beezus. Infinite information. I just say, if the info AI has is ours, it's fucked. But it's Raymond Dow. At this point, it's creating its own information. So it's spent more... It's probably created, in, let's say, the 50 years that this AI has been active, it's created more content in that 50 years by multiples of thousands than the entirety of the, 150 years of the internet leading up to that point. So, the amount of AI material that's been created by AI, trained by AI, there is a speculation that AI will become artificial general intelligence, so I am trying to plan for it. True, Blessed. If you don't use AI, you're going to fall behind, because AI is a tool. And if you don't use the tools that are presented to you, the people who do will outpace you. So I think instead of turning away from it, we should embrace it. But still having human creativity, I think, is important. But I don't think it will be as good. Human creativity will be slop compared to AI. Is any of it good, true, or beautiful? Does it answer any of those, or just make tons of nonsense? If the eventual downfall of AI does come, then it'll probably be at a time that is so ingrained in our society that it destroys us. Yeah, people won't know how to do anything without technology. I will soon use AI for song generation based on my lyrics. Hell yeah, Blessed. Like, all of the music we listen to on stream, guys, is all AI generated. It's either from this one, Kuranova, or it's from the AI Gen. But, yeah, all of it is AI generated. So if you guys like the music that I put on, it's all AI generated. It's good stuff. And that's just like the AI now, man. Imagine the AI in 50 years. It's gonna be scary. That's why the best thing to do is prepare and incorporate. AI never progressed past the point it'll probably be in 10 years, then I'd be happy. Ad break! We're breaking for ads, guys. We are in the ad of the breakage. No ads for me. Hell yeah, blessed. That's what it's all about. Fuck ads. Ads are bullshit. No one wants ads. No one cares about ads. Fuck ads. Strawberry amnesia. That's why I don't remember anything. I don't know if you can really read it. But yeah, strawberry amnesia with a sativa. It's the perfect strain for me. I forgot that I smoked it. Where'd my ounce go? And then my parents got me this for my birthday, which is the Jean-Guy, which is the normal stuff that I smoke. Do sativas help you create? I don't know. I guess it kind of calms my mind down and I'm not thinking about like a billion different things at once. So maybe it strives for focus. And that's why it's like I have a hard time. Well, I mean, I get interrupted. It helps some people. It probably helps me. Who knows? All I know is I smoke it, I like it. Makes them hyper focus on one thing, and that thing is usually about the theory behind life. Consciousness and the origins of reality, and how consciousness interferes and creates mass through the collapse of the Higgs fields. Others just go. I mean, like, maybe, like, 2 minutes after the toke, I'm, like, a little bit fucked. But then my mind goes back to what, like, was going on, right? Alright. Yeah, if no one has anything they want me to read, then I guess it's time to move on to Monster Hunter. Unless there's something else you guys want me to do. Do you guys want me to play Uma Musume? Or do you want to play Monster Hunter? chat's choice today, guys. What do you want? What should we play? Orc massage. Oh shit, that reminds me, Beezus. Steam has added a new rule disallowing games that violate the rules and standards set forth by payment processors and credit card networks or internet network providers. Incest daughters BDSM, interactive sex, incest twins. Look at all of these games that were removed. Interactive sex, Fudanari incest, episode 2. Like, daddy twins, incest BDSM. Like, no! All of the incest games got removed off of Steam? What? Fuck! Steam is now taking down games. Yeah. Content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers, in particular certain kinds of adult-only content. Incest bros are in shambles? Yeah. Here it is. Here, Steam updates its rules to comply with payment processors. The myth of artistic freedom. I want to draw it. I want to see it. I don't. Isn't there some random payment processor you forgot to ask? Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, they have to, like, everyone can get mad at Steam, but they have to. And this shit happened, Japan payment. Yeah, what started in Japan has now become a global phenomenon. Payment processors are censoring anything that's not hyper vanilla. Even not plus 18 plus things got censored in the name of prudish payment processors. So far, the only country that's doing anything about this is Japan. And Japan had this issue with hentai, where a lot of like hentai sites got shut down because of payment processors. And it's like, so banks are going to rule the world when they can tell people what content you can produce and what content you can't, because they won't allow you to sell the content, which is where a clip of Asmongold saying, this is where you need to invest in cryptocurrency, because there's one functionality that cryptocurrency has, and that's the facilitation of payment on the outside of, like, the spectrum of these companies and the monopoly of these companies. So if you are ever going to invest in crypto, now's the time to invest in crypto, because it actually has a use case potential because of these payment companies being so brass in their ability to simply cut providers off if they don't follow the rules. And everyone knows you have to follow the money. And if you can't sell your product, then you're fucked. So truly, banks have a monopoly on this with payment processes. So in order to break against that, cryptocurrency is going to be the valid thing for that. But guys, come on, do you want to play Uma Musume? Or do you want to play Monster Hunter? Actually, I don't even know if did I uninstall Uma Musume? Monster Hunter? You don't want to see pretty horse girls run? I mean, monster could be either of them, right? Monster Hunter it is. Do a playthrough of Wizard 101. What's that, Beezus? The fuck is this? I'm like so done with the horse bitches, dude. All my socials is just that. Never heard of Wizard 101? No, what is this? This looks like a MMO wizard gotcha game. It was a children's MMO from the 2000s. Damn. Going hard. That's some RuneScape level legacy there, bro. Oh. Yeah, I'd never heard of Wizard 101 before, Beezus. Do you still play it? I assume you still play it, Beezus. You have an active account, right? Never in my life. Okay, you definitely have an account. Okay. Should we continue to use this weapon? Or should we see what we can craft now that we've hunted a bunch of shit? I don't even know how to craft. Forge Ardian weapons. Each part is a different... Wait. Forge Ardian weapons by gathering 3 Ardian parts of the same rarity. The parts required differ by weapon. Each part is a different element type and Ardian bonus. A weapon's elemental properties will be determined by the dominant element type among the parts you select. Choose 3 parts in the same element type will boost the elemental properties of the weapon. If all the parts are different element types, they will create a weapon that has no elemental properties. You can enhance Ardian weapons with the Ardian materials. Check. Reinforce, dismantle Ardian weapons menu. Okay. Attack infusion, affinity infusion. Okay. Dragon. Maybe we should do poison. Forge. Whip is secondary. Okay. Reinforce. Ardian weapons can be reinforced up to 5 times. Consume materials to accumulate points and increase the weapon's reinforcement level. This will grant random reinforcement bonuses that will improve the weapon's performance. Obtain materials that can be used for reinforcement by dismantling Ardian weapons or by smelting or calcite and other ores at Smelting Foundry and Isis. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot to change the category. Durr. Damn. It's gambling time. Okay, that's done. This one. Okay. Damn. I need to use everything and I can't even get one? Nice. Forge and upgrade talismans. Right, Jesus. Wait, what does this weapon even have for ammo? They do not match any of the voices of the faces in this game. It's pretty bad, right? Oh no, it has spread 3. Damn it, it doesn't have the reload. Okay, I gotta figure out the decorations for this guy. Bowgun ammo coating from the 4th shot at attack at the 4th and 6th shot. Okay. Improved reloading increases the gun lance's shell capacity and okay, so that doesn't really affect the gun. I don't know what to go for. Don't think that'll work. Special ammo arrow increases power of the bowgun special ammo. So yeah, we're gonna want that. Exhaust coatings. Yeah, I think the critical boost is the only one that actually gives us any kind of I know you wouldn't have been able to ignore it, so I assume I ignored the stream where you asked Grok about the files. Oh, yeah, no, I definitely did that. I definitely did that. You definitely missed the stream, Beezus. What question did you ask it? And what was your stance? The question I asked it was about the Patriot Act, and if the Patriot Act ignored upper rank, government people, and if since the Patriot Act there would be probable cause to have him under surveillance, so there has to be some files, especially if he was considered as an international spy. And then there's the comment I got on my short on it, where the guy said, yeah, there's like 20 Mossad agents all over the world doing the same thing. Because I also asked, when Epstein died, who's his predecessor? Because they didn't just stop cold turkey. You think those people just, once Epstein was gone, they were like, ah, fuck, I guess we're done doing that now. Hell nah. He's gonna find someone else to facilitate it. So I want to know who's the next person after Epstein. And my stance is the same as Asmon's stance. Release everything, say you don't know who did what, but leave it up to public justice. We can't prosecute everyone, but here's the flight logs, here's everyone who was on the plane, here's how many times they were on the plane, here's how long they were. You make up your mind whether you think that... Oh, and here's how much money the person gave him over a period of time. You know? And just let the public make up their mind. I think that's the only way you can do it. And I think we would accept that. Because if there's one guy who was on the plane once for like an hour, yeah, maybe he didn't know anything. But some guy who's been on the plane 3,000 times in 10 years, and he gave the equivalent of like $3 billion over that period of time, yeah. What's going on there? And I like the question Asman asked. Hey, if he was only there for taxes, look at their taxes and see if after he died, if they all of a sudden had to started paying more taxes. Because, you know, they all said they were there for, financial advice. So check their finances before and after he died and see if they changed. That'd be a good start. No, the finances changed because they're not paying him anymore. See where that money was rerouted to, maybe. You know? There's just too much shit. There's just too much shit. It's so blatantly retarded. So absolutely blatantly retarded. And the fact that Trump's like, oh, you're still talking about Epstein? Who the fuck cares about Epstein? He got ratioed on his own fucking website. People are not happy with him. I was trying to find a way to get my ammo up. Is there a talisman I can make that does anything like that? So I can have, like, more ammo? How do I... There it is. Customize bowgun. Pierce ammo. Pierce ammo. Special ammo that can be used during ignition mode. This ammo will slowly pierce through targets, increasing in power the more it hits your target. Special ammo that can be used during ignition mode. Use R2 to continuously fire with power increasing as you hit the target. Special ammo that can be used during ignition mode. Unleashes mid-range attack that hits a wide area. Unleashes a close-range attack with an offset effect. Press and hold triangle to increase power when firing. Does that increase? Okay, there, I have more ammo. What about, like, the sliding... What if the Epstein files never did actually exist and someone led Trump on to push for them, led him into believing that they were about to release them, and then all of a sudden pretended that they realized they never existed, all to ruin his name and the credibility of the Republican Party? But the Beezus, it doesn't matter whether there's a list or not. There's a flight log. Really, all everyone wants is the flight log. Give us Epstein's flight log. Who was on there and how many times? That's the list. So there is a list. It's the flight logs. That is not what people want. Oh yeah, but they're never gonna get more than that, Beezus. The only thing that people are going to be able to settle for is the flight logs. That's what I think. they'll just release the flight logs and say, we don't know who did what, but you make up your mind. Never heard anyone clamoring for the flight logs alone. I think it's the only thing they'll ever release, so that's the thing we should pinpoint. But I'm not American, so, you know. Yeah, I guess it's ad breaks. Okay, well we got 3, but we don't have the... How do we get the sliding reload? Upgrades Pierce ammo level, increases the capacity. Improves the recovery speed, switches bowgun ignition special type. Increases capacity. I want the sliding reload. Oh, maybe heavy bowgun doesn't get it. Guess I was using light bowgun before, now I'm using heavy bowgun, so it's a little bit different. Okay, that makes kind of more sense. And I don't think anyone will ever be satisfied, Beezus, because no one's ever, like, the hundreds of people that are supposedly implicated in this are never going to go to jail. The ring is never going to be found out. It's going to continue to happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. And that's probably the most unfortunate part about it. Because only the people with power and no one will incriminate themselves. So even if Giseline, whatever her name is, goes on and testifies, like, why did she plead the 5th and now she's testifying? They're like, before they're like, oh, we'll kill your family if you tell them. And now they're saying, well, we'll kill your family if you don't tell them this. So tell them these names and then we won't kill your family. Go. Like, that's literally what I think. They're like, we couldn't wipe it under the rug, so we'll just give you a list of fake names and you go say those people who were the ones involved and that's it, and then put those people away, and we'll just have like our 4 or 5 sacrificial lambs. But that's just my opinion. I mean, they think there's a blackmail list, and they think they can put a list together by using a flight log of a plane he lets probably close to tens of thousands of people use to muddy the waters. You could never truly know someone's intentions based on how many times they used it, because they could have just been renting it for different intentions, but if their names show up, they would definitely be perceived poorly. Exactly. That's why it has to be up to public justice. And you're gonna have to throw out the entire barrel, even though you know there's good apples in there. And it would only be from the public's eye. There would be no court. There would be no trials. There would be no held accountable. It would just be through public reputation. And at this point, that's pretty much all we've got. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's a list. Gormagala. Here we go. I just love how they put Epstein in the same, like, variant as Martin Luther King and JFK. It's like, what's next? You're gonna put that next to, like, the Roswell Files? Project Blue Book? The Disclosure Project? Popped in to keep my streak going. Oh, true, Sean. You haven't missed a day. So keep it up, man. I appreciate it. Your support is true. I believe, good sir. There can be only one true man. Oh, why am I drinking a hot drink? Oh yeah, no, I want a hot drink. Rove! I love his voice. You're doing no damage. I'm doing no damage. This is ridiculous. I think they fucked up Bowgun, guys. Sure, he's trying to kill me. Oh, that guy ran away. That was fucking scary. Shit. There's look. We're gonna get a turf war with another tempered. $1,600 damage. Poor Lalaverina. She didn't deserve that. She's got jumped in, or Nursilla jumped in here and fucked shit up. Ow, now I'm getting trampled. Oh shit, someone went down. Good Z went down. drinks are about to wear off. Think you're getting away, bitch? You ain't going nowhere. Yeah, now he's trying to run away. Guess he succeeded. Oh man, this guy's just getting the shit beat out of him. He's having all of the bad luck. Wait, and we just got his tail too? Oh my god. This guy is not having a good day. Isn't exactly the safest place to fight. Another fucking turf war. Here we go. Oh, no, he's leaving. Fuck that Nursilla. Shooting her frickin' web balls. Yeah, not as powerful as the other one. It's still 1200. It's not bad. Rolling out fucking damage. Come on. I so hit that. Oh, apparently I did. Wait, what? Okay. Works for me. I feel like he's trying to run away and then he realizes that he's not a coward and then he comes back. And that mentality is going to get him killed. Damn. Damn, bro. Really? Well, that sucks. That's one way to go out, that's for sure. Hey, it wasn't me that died, bitch. I didn't even die once that time. We were actually doing really good. Well, I guess we're going back at it. I'm down. I'm out of herbs. Provisions. Can I not buy herbs? Ah, shit. Okay, well, we need to get herbs now. Oh, and we can't even get herbs from here. How do we get herbs then? There's gotta be a way to get herbs. Well, I guess we can't make potions then. That's annoying. Oh well. Damn, that turf war, he's fucking him up. I am so fucking lucky. I should have died there. 100% I should have fucking died there. But now we come back strong as ever. We're like a Saiyan. Now we're gonna go Super Saiyan. That which does not kill makes strong. Oh shit. Well, I mean, you can't win them all. Ow. Fuck, I died. How do I keep dying like that? It's so bullshit. take just way too much damage. Survived that, just barely. I'm fearing we're gonna run out of time before we fucking kill this guy. Just don't do enough damage. Fuck. Bad at game, bad at life, bad at everything, guys. Shit streamer! Get fucking good, kid. Okay, let's see what this weapon does. Although I don't know what the damage difference is. I need to check. 7. This one's way fucking better, isn't it? I don't know, I guess we'll try this. Uthduna. We haven't fought an Uthduna. Let's do that. Always takes forever for the loading screen. Yeah, the thing's far away. Whatever, fuck it, we'll just go this way. Seems there's nowhere anywhere closer. was a double hit. And this is Slippery Boy. Very much. $5,000 damage. Damn. There's a big spinny boy. He's so mean to me. Another 5,000 damage. Environment is OP. 9 p.m. here. Got bored of staring at the ceiling. Nice, Muffin. You didn't go to bed? The AI wasn't accompanying you enough? Couldn't fall asleep? Just the way it is, bro. You're in bed? Nice. Smart. Smart, bro. You came back just in time, because this is probably going to be the last hunt of the night. We're going to pack it in. But we had a great stream today, guys. I need to find another game to play. I'm kind of getting bored, I was going to say. Yeah, you know, 5-hour mark, standard. Book's still here? I don't think she's been here for a while. Pretty sure everyone left. It's usually what happens. They're usually not here to watch me sit here and not talk and just play Monster Hunter. I don't think anyone wants to watch that. It's just the wind down at the end of the stream, you know? Maybe get a couple of clips from playing Monster Hunter out of it for the Clips channel, but that's about it. Set title, Hunting with Me, Myself, and I. There you go, Muffin. That's productive right there. Hey, I finally came to where he is. Just as they trap him and kill him. I have that title often. Nice. Alright, well, we found out this weapon is not as good as the other weapon. The other weapon definitely does more damage. Oh, damn. 2 1% drops. That's crazy! Jesus. Sometimes you win, I guess. I'm to rank 65. Oh. Didn't you say if I streamed long enough you would raid me? What makes you think I'll be streaming at 9 p.m. on Thursday? The fact that you're up right now, Muffin, and if you had continued streaming up until this point, I would be raiding you right now. Or are you in an ad break? I can't sleep. So the only reason that you're here is because you can't sleep? It's not because you enjoy my content, not because you want to watch me? Really, Muffin? Yeah, I know, I see. Obviously, who the fuck would want to watch me? I'm boring, I'm lazy, I have nothing to contribute, I barely talk, I'm bad at the video game. I know, I think most people come to chat and they don't come to watch the content. The content at this point is chatting. That's why I say you guys are the content. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking around. We had a good day today. We did a collab with Book. We did our react. We did a little bit of introspection on some sexuality. Oh, spicy. And then we played some Monster Hunter, and it was a good time. So yeah, remember, hey guys, you guys are amazing. Never stop being you. You are Atlas holding up the world. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alrighty-to! We raiding today. Oh, wait. Who's the raid at this time? I don't know. We found a really cool person yesterday. I'm wondering if they'll be on again today. Found one. You'll like this one. Here you go, Muffin. We're all in on it. Get your wheels